spa sounds. The sounds of spa. Not the store. That's spa. Sorry, I'm just moving something here. Very informal start. Almost, I say on time, it's Saturday. So this is not... I had forgotten that it was not Friday. It's not Friday. It's definitely Saturday. So I found a basement under my house. I say I found it, I know it existed. But I'll talk about that a bit more as some people come in, because it's a weird one. Hopefully it's not a super toxic story given the layout of my house, but you know. Let us tell Discord. We've got some time for some subbing. That's the title of the stream. That's the address of the stream. That's the thing. There we go. We can post in self-promo channels, but you know. Hello, Master of That. I had an interesting day today, and I was like, oh, I got some free time to stream, because it's a busy day, but I'm not doing anything until the evening. So I was like, we can probably roll one in. I went swimming, which is something I've been doing recently. I'm currently lighting some incense next to the computer, you know. Can you guess what kind of incense it is? It's rosemary. My friend gave it to me, Juliet, who I'm gonna see today. So no, it's been a very cool day, because I get to hang out with an older trans woman, and she read me some poetry. Hello, Slashy, it's good to see you. And she just made me feel a lot more normal about being trans, which is nice, because I've been going through something quite severely recently, which may just be my period, because I never really know when I have those. Where's the shout out to jump scare? I might remove it, because consistently the thing that almost everybody has said has been like, ugh. But the thing is also, shout outs don't really do anything, and if they're automatic, it's almost like they do even less. Very, very occasionally a shout out will lead to something, but they don't really work because they're very automatic. So me just making the whole process completely automatic is like, the clip shout out's good, but you don't want to fucking put that as automatic. So what if you go into someone's channel and you're like, hi everybody, and it comes up with a channel that's like, I like pooping. Now, personally, I think the chaos of that is fantastic. If there's a clip of me going, I love pooping, and someone clips that and it comes up in the auto shout out or whatever, I think that's the funniest thing ever, personally. I can't log into Spotify right now. That's fine, because I don't need to. Why is everything logged out and everything else? Hey, says Bino. Yeah, no, I've never seen a channel do that. I think that would be some kind of streaming crime to automatically do shout out. My bangs grew up. So basically, this hair is since I panicked and shaved it, and I just haven't cut it since. It's the longest ever. But I have these little, I've been calling them dog ears, but yeah, no, they were like recent, not that long ago. But thank you. My hair's a bit all over the place because I went swimming. So like, I don't know what's going on here. I have to fix it. There's I'm looking into more hair products because my boyfriend is like, you need to get some kind of mousse or something, and I'm like, yeah, because it will hold my hair into these little shapes that it makes better. Artfully messy. Good, because that has always been the vibe I've been going for with my hair. That's exactly it. Just a little messy. People always describe it as being soft, and as if it like makes them feel safe, and I'm like, that's good. Like a hem, your dog ears, a hem haircut. Something like that. I just call them dog ears because I think it's cute. Oh! I mean, theirs is much more deliberate, but yeah. That's, Yeah, there's a little section. I use more of the hair than that because mine also gets this bit as well. But really, it's just a method of hiding the ears, and then this is a method of hiding the forehead. So it's all just illusions. But it's nice to have hair that, like, pretty much whatever situation I'm in, I'm like, oh, I feel good about this, which I would like that to be other things. I have had the worst face dysphoria this past week, like just bawling about it. Really, I'm like, fuck. But then I've been sad about everything, so like I don't feel sad now. I don't know if it's just because I had a good day or if I just was experiencing my period and now I'm out of that. I can't tell. It's such a mess. No, it's okay, because it's good to cry about it. It's nice to have my boyfriend around, even though I'm like, listen, right, if you're gonna get intimate and close to me, you're gonna see my mental health, and it is better than it's ever been, and it's not great, and there's so much trauma that has to be dealt with. And also there's a lot of things that will just set me off crying. Like I discovered I had a cleavage slightly in a certain angle and I started crying quite a bit about it. I'm like, you know, just normal stuff. But that was a happy cry. That was like, oh my god, wow, I've really gotten to this point, huh? And ooh, fuck, very chaotic. How many days is it? What's the date? It's the 13th. In 7 days, exactly 1 week, I've been taking HRT for a year. Hello, Fart Bubbler. And the first time I did that was 11:49, watching Steen's stream and feeling like, for some reason, that because of the support of that space, I was able to do that, which is very interesting. Where is this from? That doesn't work. So, it's amazing, a year. Like, so many things that I've done in that time. So I found out underneath my house, right, there's a secret basement. It's not a secret, like I knew about it before I got into the house, but it is so much bigger than I thought. And literally there's stickers from it from when a band played there, which I did recently discover. That's why I went to investigate this. It's so big. I'm like, fuck, like, I need to do something with this space. There's also like a little gym in it. There's like a little thing for lifting. There's some weights. There's a pull-up thing, which I'm really bad at. I've never been able to pull myself up, except for all the times in life where I have to do that. And it was just like, what? What? This is so strange and spooky. I don't know if talking about this is a bit of a doxing thing, because I think it's known as a place. No, you can see any of that. I think it's known among other... Actually, I'm going to stop saying details about where I live. You can know about the basement, but that's it. You won't be able to see any of this. I can't see any of this. Oh no, you can kind of see it. Oh, it must be on really thick then. You can see it in the camera. That's alright. It fades out very quickly because it's just it's a Nix thing, but it's like a solid piece that becomes a powder. But I do have to scrape it up a little bit. And it is slightly mixed with foundation, but that's fine. This is all part of my process. Because of my big bag that Fire Up the Machine gave me that has all my makeup in. I'm continually surrounded. Like, this is emotional thing about it. I'm continually surrounded with like nice things that I have that I got as a result of. I hate to say streaming because I just think about how much trauma is connected to that. But my stream. What's some example? I mean, again, this is from streaming. The ring light is from streaming. I did buy those lights, but that's from streaming. The monitor was raised by streaming. The webcam was raised by streaming. This other monitor was given by a chatter. This monitor is my old one that should be out. Who gave me this perfume? Was that connected to streaming? No, that was Zara. Zara gave me that. It's not connected to streaming. And then it's laser hair removal from streaming. I would love to pay for HRT, but every time I tried to put out a fundraiser for HRT, I was getting a lot of death threats from Pepe's. So that's really scared me off, honestly. I'm normally not that scared, but that was a really scary time for me. I don't know, weirdly, like my sexual development as a trans woman had started with someone who was actually watched this stream. I didn't meet them through that. I met them entirely incidentally, and it was like, wait, you watched my stream. And then that led to loads of other weird things, which I guess I don't know if I can talk about on Twitch, but I'm gonna do a stand-up about it because it doesn't make any sense. Because basically I was just trying to be a good partner, and I ended up in all of these good sexual escapades as a result, which is really interesting. So I'm gonna do stand-up. I actually have started thinking about, like, there's no reason why I can't just write a show for stand-up, because there's so many things I want to say, and I keep doing a different thing each time, but I'm actually, like, the thing that they normally do is put them all together. And it doesn't seem like it would be that tricky to just come up with like 45 minutes of content. I pretty much talk like that anyway, and be like, hey, this is my first show, come and see it, it's about me. Oh shit. I've been on Twitch for at least 2 years. Welcome to my stream. I'm really thankful you chose to raid me. Stay a while if you want to. Ignore the spot music. So you could see me again. I've been on Twitch for almost 2 years. I might be quitting soon. I'm not quitting, don't worry. I actually might not even quit after 3 years because of all of the community things that are happening with my channel and around my channel that's like pulling me back in. Hello, Shomol. Thank you so much for raiding me exactly when I literally was making stand-up plans, which is very interesting. Please follow Sean Moore, who is an incredibly nice person. A very incredibly good and decent person. What are my stand-up plans? Also, follow Good Pete as well, who's also in that cycle. But thank you for the raid. If you don't know, my name is Rosemary, or Rosie, or Rose, or Roz, or whatever. I'm a trans woman, and I stream, and that's cool. And it's really hard and difficult, but like maybe it's easier these days. I saw that there was a trans woman with a Twitch tick that had 56,000 followers, and I went, I didn't know we were allowed to do that. But to be fair, they're in their own circles, so I don't know what, I don't know what that means. But I had a really good day today because I hung out with a trans woman who's like 56, which is always like amazing. You gotta fucking just spend time with these people, because I feel so much better and normal about being trans. I didn't even redo my makeup from yesterday. I just like, I feel good about it, so I'm gonna be on there. I went swimming and that was cool. I had an espresso, that was nice. I also discovered a secret basement in my house. It is enormous. Royal Rainbow, hello. I see you're seeking to avoid the fossil bot there. There's a big basement under my house that has like a gym in it, and also a band has apparently played in this before. And I'm looking at this space like this for 200 a month in this place that I'm living. This is a big basement to not be doing anything with. So I'm gonna try and figure it. Yeah, like a gym. Like one of those ones that you go back on to do the lifting, and a pull-up thing with little rubber things to stop your intestines falling out, or whatever those are for. So the stand-up thing I was talking about is I didn't open mics. I can tell you what it is. It's called Quacks. It's in Sheffield. They give you a little duck. I've done 3, so this is my bag. I actually, in case I get more ducks, I've got a bigger bag. And it's just open mic, but it's queer open mic, and it's like the first thing I went to when I started going out everywhere in Sheffield. And I did some open mic, and I was like, actually, this is easy as fuck. You just tell a story, and then you end it with a punchline. And also through streaming is just a slower version of that. Like when you do stand-up, you just get all the best bits and end them in the punchline. But really, it's just about not shutting up and being entertaining whilst doing it. So I'd done that, and I did one that just off the cuff. I did a second one that was really specifically written. Hang on. No, I did one that was written, but I didn't time it, so it ended up being 15 minutes, and actually conceivably could have been 45 minutes content. The Roscoe told me to get the proper comedian's watch, which is a Casio F91W. I think I've fucked this and broken it. No, I fixed it. Never mind. It's not 522. We changed hours. This doesn't change itself. Anyway, the point is it's supposed to be easy to time 5 minutes, and that's how long a proper actual set is if you're doing open mic. I drifted on to 15 minutes because I was just having a great time, and I'd written way too much content. And then I did a third thing which was exactly written, and it was 5 minutes like to the second. It's 1619. It is 1619 for me. Should we start doing that? Shall we just refer to the 24-hour clock? Say it's 23 o'clock, or it's 1619 o'clock. Just fuck the whole, oh, it's 7 o'clock in the evening, but that's not the number. You do that. No, I always write it digitally, but I'm like, we should start saying it. We should start saying, instead of 6 o'clock, it's 18 o'clock. But then people get confused and they go, 18, that must mean 8 o'clock, and you see them 2 hours later. So anyway, so the thing I was saying is basically, I'm like, maybe I should make a show because I have enough content, and one of the main through lines in the stuff that I've been doing stand-up has just been talking about taking HRT and how much my entire world has changed. And how funny that is, and really weird things like getting dommed by two people who both say the taint at the same time, like they're the aliens in the Toy Story thing. Like, just little experiences like that, right? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it's very funny, so I'm like, maybe I should write a longer thing. I don't know when people do solo shows, how you put that together or whatever. But it seems to me like you just make more content and then you perform it, and then you perform it a few times. And I don't think I would struggle to find a venue, even if it's a very small, even if it's 10 people venue. I know the theaters and stuff anyway. I guess I'm learning more about venue spaces now. I can even put it in my weird cellar, you know? Obviously the cellar needs to be cleaned. Certainly the mold in the ceiling needs to be bleached away like I did to my bedroom. That mold has not come back. No, unless that's mold there. That might be mold. But otherwise, seems great. So I need to put figure out some ventilation. It's so weird. I want to say so much about it, but it really will give away the location of my house, because I actually think it's a well-known place, and that's saying too much. So I gotta do something anyway. So I'm like, maybe I should do a little solo show, introductory show, to be honest, where I'm not constrained to a 5-minute piece. I'm given more time. I don't know if I want to go like 1 hour and 15 or whatever, because it's like, or 1 hour 45. Don't do that for your first show, because that does give you an interval, but I don't know, it's a bit presumptuous. So maybe smaller, like 45 minutes. Or half an hour feels too short. But whenever I've seen stand-up sets, long ones, which I've not seen many of, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things, they're like, sometimes they're like an hour, and then you get to the hour and you're like, no, don't leave. So obviously, yeah, that's good. But there's loads of things I could put into it, because there's loads of things I like to talk about. Like all of my obsession about what Europe actually means and what Europe's identity is, and how medieval history is misrepresented. I need to tell you another thing. I started trying to learn Arabic, which I've always wanted to do. There's loads of people that speak it, and also I can only learn so much about European medieval history whilst only focusing on, you know, the internal bit, when the Arabian Empire is such a much bigger part of medieval history and stuff. So I'm like, yeah, let's learn Arabic. And I found this sort of non-traditional language learning education, and they go, memorizing is part of the industrial educational stuff, which is just to chip people out and have them memorize, but that's not really teaching. You're not really learning. So what's this website? Let me just find this under 50 tabs. I think it's languagetransfer.org. Language transfer.org. I think that's it. After people take years before progressing to a full 50-60 minute solo show, people spend years perfecting their 5 minutes, then 10, then 15. Okay. See, maybe I'm not a good stand-up comedian, but I almost don't like the idea of it being as rigid as perfecting your 5 minutes. I quite like coming up with stuff, but the thing is, you have to have some content in your mind, right? But maybe I don't know, maybe it's just a logical progression, I don't know. But I've done loads and loads of like theater shows and stuff, you know, like what 1 hour interval, 45-minute kind of stuff. That's the longest one I've been in. No, they never do it longer than that because everyone leaves. So I'm used to being on stage for an amount of time. I love being on stage. I love getting attention, and I love everything about the performance space, and I want to basically snort every fucking cranny of the thing, right? And that enthusiasm, this is also a thing of like, I have this problem of turning hobbies into jobs. So I'm like, if you enjoy comedy, maybe this is the one to just leave as a hobby. You can do a show, people could come see. Don't think of it as a job. Don't think of it as an industry. Just do it for fun. Except that I'm already made industry connections. Some from other things, some pre-existing ones. Others were like, someone was like, I'm a professional comedian and I liked the second set that you ever did. Please add me on social media, because like if we interact again, and I'm like, I'm so new to this, and they're like, yeah, no, I know. You're doing good. I'm like, oh shit, industry connection. No, basically the way I came into Twitch was by knowing comedians anyway, so. Because the stand-up comedian that we had, can I say who he is without doxing myself? Not really. Sean probably knows him. I know that Ava knows him. But he came to Twitch, and then I came to Twitch, and then everything has happened from that. But he was the best actor in our amateur dramatic show. He was the best actor there, and I was like, he's obviously doing something right. But I have the opinion that comics, and I'd say especially stand-up comics, but probably just comics in general, that they make very good actors, that transferring from comedy into theatre seems like that works quite well. I don't know if transferring from theatre to stand-up works that well, but they're that similar that maybe. So I'm like, maybe. But I just want to make people laugh, which is the reason I got into acting, basically, was I was just fucking around and making people laugh. I'm like, yeah, I can do that. It's very easy, I think. I don't know, because I haven't had a difficult crowd. So it's easy to say, stand-up's easy. But like, have you been in a straight pub in like Doncaster and tried to make them laugh about all the trans sex that you're having? I've not done that, so I don't know if that'll work, if that'll be a thing. But there's always this vibe, especially in awkward situations, which are very easy to generate if you're on stage with a microphone. But you'll feel this sort of wave of what will make people laugh. This is social situations all the time. People will say stuff and it sets stuff up, and I can hear and I can see and I can visualize a joke should go here, and I know what the joke is, and I tell it, and it's not even my joke, it's just the one that I know that will work for that. That's always been something that's easy for me. I can make people quite calm because I can just make them laugh, and laughing is the process evolutionarily of how we know that danger has passed, right? It's the real reason that we like comedies. We just want to relax. We just want to feel at ease. We just want to know that the danger has passed. So, but I love it so much that I keep trying to make 5-minute sets. I have what's technically a 5-minute set, which is where I talk about, it's so strange how sex has just evolved as this thing for me as I've done HRT, as I've discovered this gay ley line, that exists of just, if you're just nice to people, they'll have sex with you. So I want to do about that, but the problem is it's got enough in it already that it's like a 10-minute piece. I've only got 5 minutes. I want to. I'm not just trying to impress the other comics. I want to be like, no, I can do this. I have the discipline. I can do a funny thing. But my stuff's like different every time, and I don't know if that's just because I'm new, or if that's like, oh, that's her style. She just comes up with whatever's on the spot. But that sounds really dangerous. If you, I think that's what comedians look like they're doing a lot of the time if you're like new to it. But like you say, if you're in a fucking cold pub in Doncaster or somewhere, I don't know why Doncaster, and everyone's not really paying attention, they're just in the pub, and you're trying to make them laugh, and you have not prepared any content, and there's nothing in your head, that sounds like a huge fucking disaster. But I don't know this the way that I feel like I know dramatic theatre acting, which I can tell you that Brecht exists, and I could tell you who Stanislavski is, but I can't really do much more than that. I'm like, is this a thing in comedy, or is there different crafts to this? That must be, people must have written about this, right? I should study this, I should find this out. So I might make a little solo show. And then where would that even go? Because the problem is, the place where the open mic is isn't necessarily going to be an affordable space for something. But no, I should. I can talk bullshit forever. That's just streaming, and you just do that with stand-up, but you turn it into a joke. No, I did. There is kind of a thing. I guess the crafting a set makes a bit more sense, because even for the first one, no, I did prepare one joke for the first ever stand-up that I did, which is this whole story where I go, so I'm just like a really clueless person, right? So we got ice cream one time, and I wanted to get some ice cream, and it's a hot summer's day, and I'm not good with hot summer's days, because one time I saw like a cup of water out, and I just went, and it turned out olive oil. And that sucked. So I'm getting some ice cream out, and I'm trying to get a spoon into it, and it's not working. I pull out a knife, and it's like a butter knife, and I still can't get it out. So I pull out like a big sharp knife, and it still doesn't work. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, okay. So I go, something needs to heat up. The spoon. If the spoon is really hot, it'll go through the ice cream really quickly. So what do I do? I grab the spoon, I put it in the microwave, and turn it on. Which immediately is like, bang, bad noise. So I pull the fucking spoon out. I'm like, fuck, that felt like having a heart attack. Let's never do that again. We have failed to warm the spoon. This is not the solution. So I put it in the oven. And following the same sort of like logic and thinking, I just grabbed the spoon with my bare hand after it had been in the oven for, I think, 20 minutes. It's just bare flesh. So the next time we got ice cream, we just got a soft scoop. And that was my pre-prepared, I was like, that's the funnier bit of my set, so I put that at the end. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I should do that. But I do kind of want to ramble with it. So you get up stage, and you got a microphone, you got a bunch of people paying attention, and you go, wah, and they laugh, and you go, yes, I can do anything. But then I don't know, like, if that's just me, like the euphoria of having attention on me, or if it's actually good or not, right? I don't necessarily know that. We have some rosemary incense. This is what they do with the ASMR videos, where they get really close to the lens and they fucking set their thing on fire. The thing that always annoys me of those is they go like, oh, I'm touching your face. And I'm like, the center of the camera is my eyeball. Oh, ASMR, yeah, let's go. No, you've got to maybe even draw a little face on it, so it's like, I'm touching your eyebrow right now. I'm scratching your nose. I'm scratching your nose. Sorry if that was really weird for people. There's now rosemary powder all over my desk. It doesn't smell like rosemary when it falls off. It smells like rosemary when it's in the air. But yes, welcome to the special edition stream. I forgot that it was not Friday and that it was Saturday. And was like, yeah, I could knock in a regular stream. And then completely forgot that it's actually Saturday. But it'll probably be a shorter one, because I'm going out to hang out with someone who else is trans, and will probably give me some drugs and do cool stuff, because we've discovered very close to me there is a queer-friendly pub, bar type thing. And I've seen that they've done stand-up there, so again, that's on my list. Hello, Spike. Spike, there is a secret basement Oh fuck! Spike streamed and I fucking did not see it or miss it, and I 5 minutes before streaming. Wait, why does that not return the channel? Spike up your life. There we go. Spike up your life, which I did not life. No, that's me. Spike up your life suggests these streamers: He's a Rosary, BNM Bandit, Royal Rainbow, Jelif, and someone I've never heard of called BS Emoda. I mean, Jelif, Royal Rainbow, BNM Bandit, me, you. That's a similar crowd, isn't it? So everybody, please follow. Please follow. Oh look, he's got a real big. It's like me when I wrote loads of stuff, so no one would be confused about my channel. I'm Spike. I'm not. We're talking about Spike. 50 years old, living in the UK. I love gaming, obviously. I'm interested in philosophy, especially existentialism and anarchism. But music, particularly classical and early folk. Find your Spotify playlist here. This is a fancy channel stuff. I don't know what to call it. In order of most playtime, my top 10. Oh, that's a good idea. Top 10 games on Steam are Europa Universe 4, Crusader Kings 2, Crusader Kings 3, Hearts of Iron 4, Civilization 7, Sims 4, 7 Days to Die. You played 7 Days to Die in Mega Man. Fallout 4, Civilization 6, Baldur's Gate 3. I guess I have a thing for game numbers in the title. No, don't worry, that's just the future that we live in. I'm not going to read all this. But this is cool. The fact that it says no Pepe's, this is always the first thing if I see that on a channel I automatically follow, because I know that it will be a safe space for me. Because it doesn't have that, it isn't, and I'll get very stressed. So go follow Spike Up Your Life, who did do a stream, it looks like. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That's Spike. You'll have to go follow Spike to see that. But we should all do that because Spike is like the biggest fan of this channel, basically. Not that I'm ranking people, but it's Spike. It is Spike. Spike's in every stream. No pressure to anyone else, but Spike is in every stream. So if we don't all follow Spike, that's like you're giving me the middle finger, which you can do, but you have to follow Spike. It's a very chest hair focused stream, was it? It's amazing. Yeah, everybody follow Spike because Spike has decided to stream, which, you know, is a task in of itself. But also, let's keep building trans streamers and doing that. Trans streamers who don't have peppies. Because that's itself its own subsection. Anti-fascist trans streamers who understand that fame is kind of an evil and are doing this for fun. So many gorgeous men with chest hair in that game, tempted 100% just to see them all. That was kind of like me with Spyro until the awkward like racial stereotyping. Where I was like, I want to play this to see the DILF dragons and sometimes the GILF dragons. Bish Moda, bullshit Himoda, Bish. It'd be Shimoda, wouldn't it? There's lots of Kerbal Space Program. Okay, cool. Like me. Like when we crashed into the moon. Didn't do that. So I found a secret basement. I don't want to say too much about it because I don't want to dox this house because I think it's known enough amongst queer people that it could be figured out. And me saying that is silly, but I knew there was a basement. I was like, I'll check that out later. I went swimming. Trans person I went swimming with said, oh, I know that place. There was a band that played there in the basement. And I went, what? I went to check out the basement and there's quite a lot of space under there. There's this little tunnel and you go into this bigger basement and there's a gym in there. There's one of the things that you do the lifting in, and there's one of the things you do the pulling in. And it's so much space. It's the biggest room in the house, easily. I'm like, I need to do something with this. I need to clean it up and then invite people over. Which I've done bigger things here before, but I'm like, I need to do a fucking event now, don't I? In my house. And then I was talking about doing a solo stand-up show for like 45 minutes or something for what, for 15 people, as a plan, as an idea. I haven't even put pen to paper, but I have got enough content on my phone to just go through that. like stand up in my basement. I mean, I couldn't say, because I did say I went to Quacks. I have said that. That's the open mic I go to. I have been to other open mics. I've just not performed at other open mics. So I'm like, I can't tell you. Come to doobity street roads avenue, Genel, to see my comedy show. It's at my house. No, we won't be doing that. But I gotta do something with it, right? I gotta figure that one out. So, if you didn't know, we are still fundraising on GoFundMe for Sherry, who is the second Ugandan refugee that I spoke to, queer Ugandan refugee, because the laws changed in Uganda to make it even more illegal to be gay, to the point of actually you could be executed. So lots of people understandably moved out. Many of them went to Kenya. That's become sort of, if for some people it's become the first step of basically getting to America. So they go up from Uganda up into Kenya, and then across Kenya, across Sudan, and then the idea is to get to America. So I accidentally, I guess, well, basically I was asked to help, so I was like, okay. So we helped Shafiq, who was the first person that contacted us. He just needed money to get to the hospital, and he couldn't really go to the hospital because he said basically there were news crews outside the hospital that were waiting to see recipients of homophobic violence so that they could, I don't know, contribute to it or whatever. So I didn't know if it was he needed to get a private doctor or something, but I sent him some money, he fixed that. In the process of raising money for that, we also ended interacting with Sherry. Sherry basically runs like a lesbian support group, because in the area there's a lot of homophobia in the form of what's called corrective rape, where they're like, well, you're not really lesbians, and we'll prove it. There's lots and lots of concerns with that. There's abortions or pretend I don't know if they really do any abortions, but they are looking after babies and stuff like that. There was a baby born whilst I was talking to Sherry, and Sherry was like, shall we name this baby Rosemary? And I was like, I am not that important. I'm not that important. Do not do that. And they were like, oh, the baby's a boy. And then I didn't say this, but I was like, for now. For now. We don't know. Maybe they'll grow up to be a Rosemary. Anyway, so we also at the same time raising money for Shafiq, we raised money for them, and it was very important, it was very good. And we also got a message by Brave Johnson, who's an activist in Kenya, who's in Nairobi, which is the capital. That fundraiser is still ongoing. I haven't been able to talk to him again since, but his information is super helpful. But yeah, no, it's become this thing of help. We fundraising through the stream. And we keep doing it. It keeps happening. Paid for Shafiq's treatment and escape, and then supplies to be able to continue to live, like a mattress. And well, we didn't fundraise for that. I just paid that out of the laser hair fund, which actually meant that we didn't hit the goal in time. But I'm like, well, we fixed the fence basically, because they didn't have a full fence all the way around. They just had like a bush. And they said during this time of year, homophobes always try and attack, and it's quite flammable, so they're very worried if that happened. You know, it's scary, and even if they're fine, it's still like, it's a cost. Everything turns into a cost. So the big one now that she's talking to me about is their latrine. Their latrine was dug in 2019, and it's basically full. And if it rains too hard, everything will become a latrine. And everyone will get very sick, and they will have to buy medicine, and it will become a lot of cost, and they will still have a problem that the latrine isn't fixed. So she said, all right, this is the next priority. I've said, okay. And she's like, you're not working yourself too hard on that, are you? And I'm like, no, I am, but somebody has to do this, right? This isn't something we can just leave behind. I do want to find a way of transferring this into like a more permanent support instead of just me streaming, which is why we've got my whole plan with the website, which I've not really done much with the website. But also I've been in a big depressive episode, which I think I'm just coming out of now, actually, because I feel great. I don't currently feel depressed, so I must be coming out of it. Like a pen for just basically teaching people how to do the same thing. To maybe like getting people in contact with people, with other queer people around the world. Doesn't have to be Uganda, but that's where it's focused at the moment. All these people believe in queer solidarity. That's why they approached me. They said, as a fellow queer, are you solid with us? And I said, absolutely I am. And then I'm talking to them on WhatsApp. They send me videos and pictures and stuff. There is an amount of trust involved, and they have all said, almost everyone we talk to is like, you're a scammer. But they've sent me videos that would be very hard to fake, I think, where they are actively talking about what's going on and recording it in a space, and I'm like, you wouldn't be making that up. I mean, it could be a scam, but I would rather have been fallen for a scam than not have done something. But it seems pretty real to me. And if anybody ever wants to see clips and stuff, like stuff that Sherry said or stuff that Shafiq sent me or whatever over the last months, I guess at this point, since September, was it? No, it was earlier than that, because they approached me before then. October? November, January, February. Not even been that long. We've done so much. Yeah, no, it needs to, the awareness of the situation in Uganda needs to go further. Also, Kenya's like moving that way, and it's American evangelicals and British TERFs that are basically just trying to basically call us out on our own racism and go, you're too racist to actually help queer people across the world. And I'm like, well, if we start doing that, then that's really good. That's a really cool, solid thing. And she's constantly like, we've got to pay you back somehow. We're going to help you. And I'm like, just keep helping people. It's totally fine. Hello, Haribo. Remember to look after yourself too. I try my best. I have been continually taking your advice of trying to include dark leafy greens in my diet of mostly pasta. I'm actually doing pretty well in sleep at the moment because I'm waking up about 9:30ish. Although I kind of woke up at 11:30, but I woke up at 9:30 and then went to sleep for 2 hours. Yeah, just putting broccoli in my pasta, trying to have vitamin D. I need to have vitamin 12. Can you tell me on the benefits of cabbages? You can actually, because I always see cabbages and I think that's a beefy veg, but also it's not a lettuce, so I don't give a shit about it. But I don't know anything that I know how to cook other than like gyoza out of cabbage. And cheap and keep for ages, that's true. What would they go? What would I cook them with? I guess, I mean, I could chop them really finely and put them in something that's got a lot of other things in anyway. Oh my god, is it your birthday? Oh wait, sorry. I read that completely. I read Saturday as birthday then, sorry. I got so excited. I was like, I think it's already been your birthday. Are we making coleslaw? See, I hate coleslaw. It's the issue. And coleslaw is terrible. Made a stew that was delicious, but the next day it smelled awful. It must be the corn. I'm gonna make with cabbage. See, that's my issue. I don't know how to make anything with it. Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday to anyone that's had a birthday. Also, have we become a clique because every single person chatting is a VIP? It's making me want to get rid of the VIP system, so you're all back to being regular people, although there's still sub badges, isn't there? The thing is, so every VIP I gave was because someone did something that kept the channel going, basically, which really, strictly speaking, is everyone that's ever watched it, even the mean ones. So I've given VIPs to people, and I feel like it was like I took it very seriously, even though it is one of like Twitch's inbuilt mechanics. So taking them away feels like stamping on everybody's sandcastles and going, eh. And imagine if you were just one of the VIPs and you came into the channel and you saw that your VIP was gone. So I have mixed feelings. We got rid of the moderators. There's no moderators. More accurately, most of them quit because it's a hard job when you are modding for Hues of Rosemary. Not because I make it hard on purpose, but because other people do. I was targeted of quite a lot of transphobia, especially from people who purported not to be transphobic. And the thing that's been very weird about that experience is I seem like I maybe was singled out in a way that other trans streamers weren't. So when I'm like, oh, this is horrible and terrible, and people are like, well, it never happened to me, and I go, oh, Oh, okay. And anyway, we've spoken about that forever. Take mine, don't chat much, but it makes a difference. You absolutely fucking deserve it. Pretty much gave me life-saving objects, right? And more. No, we'll just everybody's VIP. One of the most outspoken trans Twitch people I know, so I think naturally attract haters. No, I am outspoken, but I think that's just because of autism. I don't think it's actually because of this deep moral thing inside me. I'm just like, hey, that's wrong, and everyone goes, but you're not supposed to say that. I think that being outspoken is probably more about it, because that was happening even before I was trans. It's just the nature of the way that people react to it is sort of different. Because people will attack me on my transness and go, oh, Rosie's a bad trans person. It's too un-British to call anything out. If I can be as un-British as possible. I live here, obviously benefited from the structural privileges and stuff like that. But I was so cynical to Britain when I was very young. How old was I before I was like, nah? Like 9 or something, basically. I was like, Britain, eh. But then the idea that we're richer than everybody and we're making everyone's lives worse and stuff, and it just like, that there is this very British thing, even when you learn about how Britain is, to discount everywhere else and go, oh well, we're fucking everywhere else up, well everywhere else must be really bad. And it's like, no, you're not valuing it the same way. Okay, so they don't have like a fancy street or whatever, but there's a guy here that will massage your hair in a way that will change your life, you know. That's way more important. Yeah, even in our fucking even in our grim acknowledgement of how terrible our actions are, it's still being exceptionalist. It's an act of bidding war of VIPs. Who wants mine? Cost us 50 quid to the fundraiser. That would be quite fun, actually. See the papers manufacturing your next war against the Houthis, grim. Yeah, this doesn't seem... So obviously, so the thing is, the Houthis, that's in Yemen, right? And then the United Arab Emirates has been starving them and using British weapons and stuff, because Britain still... the thing about imperialism is you could lose a war and have to leave, and a century later still be poisoning their land just so they can't get back. This is a very common thinking in apartheid as well. I've been reading a lot about like South Africa, how like white South Africans were like, no, there'll be so many repercussions for us, and it's like they still live better lives, you know, they're still richer and stuff like that, and how they can't deal with that because they're like, they forgave us? No, they're gonna poison us. They're gonna this. I think it's the same thing as well. Like if you've taken over a country and then you've left, you're like, there'll be reprisals the same level that we did to them. But no, the Houthis were like, hang on, I'm trying to think of all of the... So Iran is culturally Arabian, right? I'm not wrong with that. And I remember this because I spoke to an Iranian Kurd who says it's very difficult to have your culture there because you're expected to be Arabian. And Kurdish is not, because it's just slightly outside of that, I think. So... The Houthis are like, they say they're Iran aligned, but they like to say that a lot. So I think that they're on the Arabian Peninsula, so they're also Arabian, and says a lot of that other stuff. In order to stop a genocide happening in their neighborhood, they started, stopping like BP ships or something, which is easy to do because there's this tight little bit between Somalia and there, and you know, there's lots of experienced sailors with a healthy distaste of imperialism. Did you know the Somalian pirates formed to stop nuclear waste being dropped on the beaches? Because after Britain took everything and had them destated, everybody decided that meant international treaties about a state didn't apply to them because they weren't a state, so that meant that they could just dump nuclear waste on them. So they said, no, we're going to put a stop to this. We've got a long tradition of being sailors. So just by the way, just so you know, this is very close to, this is next door to the region that we're talking about. And then suddenly Britain started going, maybe we should have a ceasefire because a BP ship got affected, and most of the Middle East being fucked up, and in some cases like Iran being undemocratic, is because of Britain and BP's oil. And even, to be honest, the reason that the genocide is happening is because the oil contracts are worth like 580 billion or something. So it really, both America's and Britain involvement in it is just about money, and the money has started getting threatened, which is a very interesting anarchist thing to do, right? Because it got Britain the closest to talking about a ceasefire when we're one of the biggest supporters, because anti-Semitism is a very British thing. I learned a lot about the history of that as well. What is called the Israel-Palestine conflict, but is more accurately the Zionism colonialism project of the state of Israel. People like Churchill intentionally tried to inflame this, right? There was this whole thing where I can't remember if it went through on it and it actually happened, or if it was just a plan, but basically a boat of Jewish refugees who were moving to Israel to colonize it, but were basically refugees, to get it missiled at and say that it was Palestinians. So this thing's been getting played up for ages. And of course Britain also used to control it. So once again, this thing's fucked up. A lot of America's involvement is that it wants to conquer all of the Middle East at once, but it's been trying for ages to sort of finagle a plan into that, and Israel's become the surrogate for that. I've learned, this is all stuff I've learned in like the last couple of weeks or months, in the last 100 days, I guess. Where do we get up to with that? Yeah, so Israel is also because it's such a colonial state, because it's so much more fascist, it's this testing bed for stuff. America also likes to use the Middle East to test things like drones, which are now being used to monitor you when you protest against the Palestinian genocide. Policing practices have been, some would argue, getting more militarized in America and killing more minority people. They specifically do IDF training. They often even will handpick people who've been trained from Israel to go and be police officers, and they give them more and more and more weapons. So we're really sort of seeing the underside of the belly of this beast, right? That is, we're America, we're all about liberty. We'll just use our little kind of puppet state thing. But again, it's just following the stuff that Britain was doing. America's picking it up now, and Britain's still there going, yeah, we're part of this because we wanted this. It's so nasty. But people keep saying things like US and America, US and UK, US and UK, US and UK, and I'm like, we are the bad guys internationally. Maybe not to each other, maybe not inside our houses necessarily, but outwardly to everybody else. We're still destroying the earth. So there is a responsibility by living inside it to start putting spanners in the works, right? I think one of the best things I've seen is when people stop weapons factories from producing, and they stop the weapons from getting shipped and stuff like that, because it's a little dangerous, but it is very good, it's very effective. That's how the First and Second World War was stopped, was industrial action and it ultimately becoming too expensive, and strikes and stuff like that. It's how you stop wars. That's a big reason why protest is prevented so much, is because it gets very much in the way of stuff like that. So yeah, no, it does look grim if you read newspapers who have been praising the genocide from day one. But I've been reading different sources. I've been trying to use my social media to learn about Palestinians in a way that isn't just going, I hate Israel, which I hate the state of Israel. People who live in Israel, whilst they're still complicit, they are also people, and it's not the same as a state. The more complicit they are, obviously, the more complicit they are, but people say, no, you've got to love the victim more than the perpetrator. I'm like, that's really good. So I've been learning about like Palestinian cheese bread. It looks amazing, and trying to learn things about their music and dance and stuff like that. Yeah, it is hard to reflect on that and go, what a beautiful thing that's been in, they've done this. This is a traditional thing in this region for a really long time. and it came from a place of like joint unity and working together and stuff like that, and that's really nice. And know also that this stuff is happening, but the love part is the stuff that drives you. It's so easy to become apathetic about stuff. Bad stuff will always be happening, and yeah, things will seem from our perspective of, to be honest, living a life of more luxury than other people, seem like they're deteriorating really fast. But lots of things are improving also, very invisible, slow things. So it's easy to just go, well, I shouldn't care, and then things get worse, and I go, I still shouldn't care, and things are even worse. But they get worse when we don't care. We need to build hope in other people, I think, to just be like, no, keep trying, because the amount of resistance that exists within the systems that we have against the genocide, yeah, we still haven't stopped it. That's important. We can't get complacent, but the amount of resistance that exists now is because of people continuously going and going, come on, yeah, so just keep doing it, just keep talking about it. But I will say, and it's unfortunate to have to do this, maybe try to focus on the sort of positive aspects of it. There was a really wonderful video I watched that has changed me, where they were pulling people out of rubble, and they were like, we're sure that they're going to be dead, and they found a whole family. There's loads of people there, and each time as they pull someone out, they're like, yeah, they're the happiest they've ever been. Happy, dancing, crying, kissing, just like, you're alive, we got you. And like, that's so powerful. And the thing is, it still shows it's not, it's very, very, very hard for a sort of someone trying to misinterpret that and go, well, these are terrorists, because it's like they're pulling kids out of rubble who are alive, and they're celebrating and they're loving it, and obviously have been put in this situation. Stuff like that's really good, that's really effective. We sort of have been trained by places like The Guardian to just go, why isn't it miserable to people, and then what are they supposed to do with that? People are really apathetic. We need to just need to pull our trousers up and go, actually we can stop this one, because we can. And by even slowing this, we're improving other causes. People started talking about other ongoing genocides, and there is a little bit of a kind of waking up and going, oh my god, there's genocides happening in my world. That's not okay. I'm alive and I'm not putting effort to stop these things. That's not okay. So yeah, no, it seems very grim, but also like, in terms of geopolitics, Britain has no credit left, right? So Britain being attached to anything is already like, America, particularly Biden, is just hemorrhaging actually, unraveling a piece of the American empire. He doesn't have really any justification to be involved militarily. The only one that they could give that would be truthful is that it's for money. But the amount of money, it wouldn't really be that much. So they sort of fucking, even for imperialism, they sort of fucking these things up and getting Britain attached to it as well. And they're all going like, yeah, we're gonna fight this. I do feel there is a lot of still hangover. People remember that Iraq war was pointless. Maybe they don't remember that we also went to war with Afghanistan and stuff. We're still working on that. But there was a very clear thing of, we were fully lied to, and even our best efforts, we couldn't really put us up to this. And then another thing I've been reading a lot lately is that global protest is getting harder legally, but in terms of like them actually happening is getting easier. And a big part of that was because of Black Lives Matter movement. A lot of that stuff is, Black lives and it's kind of stuff historically, even before that as a specific movement, has been very tied into Palestinian rights, but like saying that built the framework for doing this as well. And I'm like, okay, that actually starts to look kind of positive. Like, we're really not getting results yet necessarily, or like not very obvious results, loads of small ones, but I'm like, yeah, no, that's the future actually, is that we just cause enough issues that it becomes too expensive for horrible things to happen. That's what happened with abolitionists and stuff like that. Is they just made slavery too expensive, and yeah, there is still slavery, and yeah, there's about as many slaves as there were then, but then the population's bigger, so it's a lower percentage of the population. No, I don't want to take that too lightly, but that's how you do it. That's how you do it, and people are realizing that, and also people are going, oh, unions, oh wait, hang on, all this stuff. So I don't want to just make a prediction and say socialist utopia is just around the corner, because you just have to be prepared that there's going to be bad stuff, and the framing of that is going to make it seem like everything's bad. But it's weird because for a lot of people we're saying like, oh, 2023 was so bad for me. It was my best year ever, not because of geopolitical events, because of HRT. So really, but your perspective can be very different. Chomsky often described Israel as America's policeman on the beat. Yeah. A few places, nowhere's quite like that exactly, right? Like even the thing of Ukraine, as much as it's important that Russia doesn't just roll over into a country, America is still like, we'll pick you up as a, we'll keep Russia in check by doing this, basically. Even if it seems like a good thing, if an empire is getting involved in something, then it's never really for good reasons. The Fateful Triangle is a good Chomsky book about those three powers synergize. I feel like I've seen bits from that. Rescue video is incredibly beautiful. Yeah, no, they're good. I think that's stuff to share, because you can't you can't fake that. You can't really argue against it. A lot of things I'm getting really into lots of ideas of activism that are like hope based, and I know you're gonna clash against some of the sort of more direct action people. I'm also a more direct action person anyway, so that are gonna go, no, you need to actually do something, which is true, but there is a thing of when everyone's collectively doing something, is like you just gotta keep the spirits up, so they'll keep doing it, because if they keep doing it, that's how it gets solved. Can't watch any of that, it makes you too overwhelmed. Oh yeah, no, that's the other thing. There is a lot of like Palestinian woman crying about like 37 members of her family, and that's not even an exaggeration, that have all died, the kind of videos, and I'm just like, that's still unimaginably bad and sad. I still have watched some of those, because also sometimes they'll say stuff and I go, yeah, no, actually that's something that's going to roar me to action. You're allowed to flourish in your own life. Don't feel like you don't deserve it just because others are suffering. This is true. But I do want to be aware of my privilege, and also I constantly think of this thing of like, I'll be like, oh, I don't have enough clothes, I need more clothes, and then I'm like, yeah, but you have multiple pairs of clothes, which generationally is a big difference. Like your grandparents would have 2 or 3 pairs of clothes, right? To be fair, their clothes probably last longer. But so I can't really like just sort of contextualize it a bit more. But I don't know, I maybe have a bit of a problem with it. People are often telling me like, no, you don't need to do this, you don't need to put this extra effort for people, but it's always in situations where it's like, well, these people need help. I can help. No, I have burned myself out like twice in the last couple of months, but I think that's got more to do with it being winter than anything else. In terms of Palestinian stuff, yeah, no, I there's a lot of people who are like, don't look away, and I think that's important, but also like, if you're too depressed to make food because you're like, oh, I can't do anything about this genocide, it's like, okay, in this moment right now, the best thing you can do is you could make some food and eat it. The best thing you might be able to do in that instance is take time to sit down and relax and make some bread or something. It's hard finding a balance. Yeah, I think you just have to be aware of what the pitfalls are. That's how I deal with everything with mental health now. It's just awareness is how I solve it. So I still haven't bought or read the book. I've not read any book that anyone's recommended. I haven't got Babel yet. I'm sorry, Slashy. I know. I really want to read it. I just had a transphobic experience in the library and it sort of put me off, even though I could probably buy it online. I haven't watched the movie that Jello wants me to see. I haven't read the books that my friends have given me, or my sister. The other book is I Hate You Don't Leave Me, which Haribo recommended. That's the... Also, isn't it nice we've got both Slushy and Haribo here? Just gonna just say that's really nice. I haven't read that, but I have been looking a lot at my own BPD and learning about BPD anyway, and realizing there's this process of I'll get a bit annoyed if someone and I'll go, BPD, and because I've acknowledged that, it will go away, and that's just it. I'm way better at it now. It's why they say to put on your own oxygen mask in the plane before helping others. See, I get that. But sometimes, right, don't listen to me. Don't take this advice that I'm about to say. It's not advice. This is just my opinion. Sometimes things aren't as straightforward as that. And sometimes taking the risk of putting your mask on another person means that they get oxygen faster and they're more likely to live. And then you put your oxygen mask on. And I know that's not advice to be used. If we're using the extended metaphor, there's so many people who are always falling through the cracks, and people are like, oh, don't give them money, they'll spend it on drugs. I'm like, we're all doing drugs anyway, so shut up. People are always telling me not to do stuff like that, and it's not actually that difficult. I mean, it is, because all my bills are shot. GoFundMe is supposed to be sending me £200 and it hasn't. Which has very much fucked my financial plans. And we are raising for this thing, and I prefer if the money goes to that initially, but also I don't have any money. So if you want to send me some money on Ko-fi, I'm actually borrowing money from my passport fund again. I need to stop doing that. Is there a way you can just make £500 or something like that, like a chunk of money, by doing something incredibly illegal, like once? How about that? I was stealing copper. Where's the train yards? Let me pull that copper. I have looked into that. A bank heist? Like a small bank heist? Well, if I'm doing a bank heist, I might as well go the full route and be trying to get, like, the most expensive bottom surgery and stuff like that. Please read it. I Hate You Don't Leave Me if you think you have borderline. Yeah, no, I very much do. Very much do. Because normally I'm quite nice to people, but I'll get really angsty and stuff, and I'll get mean. And when people are like, I very often I'm reflective of people's energy anyway. So like if someone's very unreasonable and argumentative with me, sets me off. But I've since realized that pretty much everybody who's being a dick like that is doing it because of BPD, because they've been traumatized and they've just built this kind of reaction to it. And the best thing that you can do is just acknowledge that you have it, or at least the first step anyway. Can't remember what made you pick it up. It helped me understand my behaviors a lot better. No, I really do need to get it. No, I haven't watched the new Hellraiser. It's true. Even though I was awed by the fact that Jamie Clayton exists and did that role, and that was a huge moment for me. But I haven't actually watched that film. It's true. Got a questionnaire from your psychiatrist because it made you worry that you have traits of it but don't fully qualify, if you will. Okay, so something that's interesting because through trauma, which I have a lot of, you know, I spent several years just living in everywhere that I didn't want to, and everybody hating me, or at least perceiving that everybody hated me, and violence and this lack of agency until very recently. So understandably, I'm very traumatized. But so one of the things they said is, you don't have OCD, but you will behave a bit like someone who has OCD. And the other day I was like, do I have OCD? Because I'm really obsessing about like my appearance or something like that. I'm like, it's dysphoria plus depression plus seasonal depression. Get a trans train robbing hang together, it'll make you all matching bandanas. I feel if I was to pick any crime, it would be where they get a JCB and they yank out the safe from buildings that are not secure enough. But I wouldn't do that because these buildings are generally like elderly elderly people who just like live in the post office. I don't know. I just need money. This is why I'm like, maybe I should open an OnlyFans. But I also, some of the horniest people I know are people that watch this stream. But also I'm so scared about connecting anything to Twitch. Because I feel like, oh, that'll ruin it and it'll be over. And also, like, that's quite a personal connection to give people access to who didn't previously have that. And I'm like, the dynamics of that, I won't do it until I'm absolutely sure I want to do it. Even though I think sex work of all kinds is great, and I think the only reason we have streaming is because of cam girls and stuff like that. I'm also just like, what's your betting linking it? Yeah, I think you have to do it indirectly. Although I've seen people do it directly. I think you send them to a link tree, and then the link tree has all your stuff on it. You went through a bandana phase when you were 10. Once the train robbers have theirs, I'll make some for everybody else. Don't worry. ATM got ripped out of the wall. You want to say Northern Ireland? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's where most of them happen, because most of them are old buildings that got eventually turned into post offices. So they're not secure. There's not even really any masonry. It's just like old stones, very easy to rip out. But it is a little funny how, in order to make sure that we have instant banking everywhere when we're outside all the time, and get us onto using cards so that we can't give our coins to homeless people, I've started just having change. I would have notes, but I don't have enough money for that, so I just started having coin change again, deliberately, all the time. I'll walk to an ATM though if they want. Because of the insistence of putting that everywhere, they've made it a lot easier to get robbed, basically. Just like ripped out. So the other thing actually about the TOS is that technically anything you do is TOS. And we do have filters now, which take me off some of the main page stuff. Like that we can talk about sexual content, but I'm still not exactly sure about that, because I never want to actually upset anybody, partly because I just don't want to do that anyway, but also the way that the TOS is worded is basically if someone's offended and they report you, especially if many people do that, that's enough. That could be anything. That could be things that are should be getting protected, not punished, you know. That's how famously fake communist and Pepe enthusiast, what's his fucking name, said cracker and got banned. It wasn't because it's Twitch's policy, it's because enough people reported him and said this is offensive, and they said sure. Sure. White people experience racism, I'm Twitch. By the way, that's not true, and I'm not Twitch. You come across at least one homeless person that had a card reader you could donate through. Really? The problem with having a card reader is it costs money to maintain. So like, that's why a lot of restaurants and stuff won't have card readers, is because they have to pay for the service of it, and some, depending on what it is, they'll also have to take a percentage. But I have noted a lot of small businesses, because they're getting these small card readers that are internet connected or whatever. It seems like they're getting cheaper. But that's just the thing. That's just the thing that happens, right? They're like, no coins. Everyone uses a card. So if everyone uses a card, everyone's gonna need a card reader. I mean, I've got the thing that Nationwide gives you, and I often carry that around. I'm like, why is this more convenient? Why do we have money? Imagine, right? I think it would be possible to feed capitalism into itself. Or, well, not capitalism. Let's call it moneyism. The idea that everything has a monetary value. Up to a point, I guess. So there's no black market, whatever. But we have things like insurance. What if everything was insurance? Maybe this is the worst idea I've ever had. So you go into the store and you put some clothes on and you go, thanks, and you walk out and they go, your insurance is paid for that. This was everything. They're still getting their money and it's still based on sales. They can still do all that bullshit. But they won't, because eventually that will break the class system, or it will make it harder for royals to exist. Because the way I see capitalism is that it's mercantilism from republics that formed in like the medieval times, and a lot of why they got so powerful is because they were either getting money from or providing money to monarchic kingdoms and mercenaries and stuff like that. So it's just it's gonna support a monarchist system of some kind because that's when it was formed and created. Particular person was in Wi-Fi range of a library, come to think of it. Oh, interesting. What's the monetary value of my Subnautica base? 2,000 Amazon bucks. I think we could probably figure that one out, right? Because it gives us the value of a diamond, and we could put all of the ores in order. Shall we do? I won't do that because I'm so bad at maths. I have a dyscalculate. But if we figure out, because they tell you how much a diamond is worth when you pick it up for the first time. They're like, by the way, this all belongs to Altera Core. There's lots of apps, which is cool, mostly for shops, like Rosie said. But it costs some money. It's not a free thing. That's what we should do. We should make our own card reading system, and just make it open source. And we should do that for everything. You should make your own website. Ooh. From one calming tune to another. Whenever I hear the Subnautica thing load up, it makes me very happy. And I've watched I don't know, 2 or 3 streamers play this before, right? And it's just like, yeah, we're going back. We're going back to the sea. The sea, where all the sea is. We're covering up a lot of the screen, aren't we? Shall we? Oh, no. Just move that a little. No, see, I want to get the green in, because otherwise, how do we know it's for Palestine? Just there we go. Just high it up above my head. This is all a mess. We're starting to get to the point where I actually maybe do need graphics, but start having legs that's turned to fishy. We are actually trying to get legs because of the prawn suit. So no, we're returning to legs. We're becoming crab. We're becoming crab. There would be world peace if everyone was a crab. Because why would you mess with someone? They've got a crab claw and a hard carapace. Sorry, my best friend messaged me and I'm doing some best friending. I did realize I just completely phased the stream entirely. I was just like... Just do your best. People will understand is what I'm saying to Zara. Oh yeah, Zara's back. Zara's back. Zara was away. Zara's back. Me and Zara hung out late into the night. We because we both got BPD, we had a little BPD argument and I nearly left, and then I was like, do you want me to leave? And then they were like, no. So we stayed and we ate some food together. Was it Indonesian? I can't remember what it was. It was really good. And we just kept chatting and chatting and chatting and chatting, and we had a great time. And I went home and I was like, I feel so much better and safer. She gave me some pajamas. She gave me some perfume. The pajamas are great. They look really good. So there were 2 perfume sets she showed. I never had a perfume before, so I guess this is my first perfume. And it's called Guess, a Seductive Blue. And I like that it's about seduction because if you smell it, it's kind of got the tang of like you would get a girlfriend and you would fall in love with her and you would smell her smell on your scarf or on like your pillows and you go, oh, that's amazing. And then you'd break up and your heart would be broken and you'd smell that smell again and you go, ah, that's the kind of perfume this is. So for it to be Guess Seductive Blue or whatever seems like a good name. This was Blue Jeans Versace? Versace? How do you say that? It's Italian, isn't it? I started to watch the thing about that guy getting murdered. And it was kind of weird actually. Because I felt like it wasn't actually that accurate. And it seemed a little bit like it was trying to say something about homosexuality. But right, so we're at the second base, the cave backup base, where we keep dying. I'm pretty sure we're here because we need some kind of material or something, right? don't remember the last thing we were doing. It's nice in here. We've got gold, an egg, some lithium, everything any kind of Subnautica person could need. Versace. She like chicken. Versace. Chicken. Versace. Probably. Oh, interesting. Because of our scanner room, it goes a lot deeper than I would have expected. Which is great. Can I crouch? Can I crouch? I don't have a crouch button. Why would they... Okay. I don't remember what we're doing here. But can we search for... No. Why can we not search for all these things? Is this a thing? Do I have to find it? I'm free. This is miles away. Oh yeah, because it's now saying new scan detected gold. Okay, so we have to pick these things up with the specific scanner room camera in order to scan them. I mean, I guess that makes sense, but I was really hoping to scan some of the salvage, because there's lots of recipes that we don't have yet. Lead, silver.
Seek fluid intake.
I mean, I'm in a camera right now, but okay. Ugh. Right, what do we have? I'm having an issue with the start bar. Oh, no, fuck. It's covering part of the screen for me. I don't think you can... Oh, you can't see anything. Hang on. Let me give you some more screen. There you go. There we go. We'll get graphics one day. Maybe this is it. I just need this space and this space and this space, and I can just put things like World of Warcraft. They used to just have a bar, and then they had a sidebar, and then they have all this information comes down, and then you add the add-ons. You ever see anyone, especially people streaming World of Warcraft? It's just a bunch of fucking bullshit on the screen. What's the point of having graphics if like all you can see are numbers? You scan targets bugged out and reset, which is why you get notifications all the time. No, I assumed what it was is that all of the scans are local to the scanner room, because it's given me new stuff since I went out there, but it's not giving me everything because there's no... I don't think magnetite's listed on there. Right, so we're here. There's a fragment over there, but that seems to be it. I guess we'll go get it. Oh yeah, water.
Vital signs.
So we don't have a submarine. We that did die. Oh, hello. That's useful. But I really want to make the prawn suit. But the problem is the prawn suit needs things that it would be easier if I had the previous thing.
100 meters.
What's this?
Oxygen
Fire reactor. Oh. Too much water. Need more sub-top sun grinder. I can't get grinder. But it doesn't seem like I'm missing that much. And like, not to boast, but the confidence of being myself and dressing how I want and just being friendly and approaching people has kind of meant I really don't have an issue of picking people up. I don't have an issue with that, and except for I don't understand it. So I don't need grinder. I just need to meet people, or as happened in one situation, talk to someone on another app and mention that they're attractive without thinking about it, and then they're like, "Oh, can I come to your house?" And I'm like, "Yeah." That's been kind of my experience lately. I'm gonna maybe put it in my stand-up because it is quite funny. And I don't mean to boast about it, but like, if this happened to you, you probably would too, right? Used to kind of oh shit. I'm lost. Wait, that's my base, right? No, that's not. Where's the... How did I get here? I don't know where I am anymore. Okay, I'll swim to the surface. Left that for you, but please be safe. Yes. Oh, don't worry. I did say every time I got a new partner, I take an STI test, which actually isn't strictly speaking true. But a lot of people are like, oh, I take one every 3 months. But I am like, I need to get the HPV vaccine because then I didn't get given that one. And let's just say if you're really good at oral, if you're doing oral, you should probably get an HPV vaccine. They give it to assigned female at birth people in schools, but actually everybody should take a HPV vaccination, as you should take any vaccination. So I need to see about getting that. You get home tests. Sick of going to the gum clinic and running into X-Flames. Nah, just own it. Just be like, still having sex, bro. I don't know. I don't know how this goes for you. Still having sex, bro. Yeah, me too. Ugh. Just having the nastiest, most dangerous sex. Ugh. Bro. Is it your monkeypox one? I didn't even think about that, but it is an STI, so... No, everybody is like a friend of a friend anyway, so it's not really that dangerous. So there was supposed to be a little base around here, wasn't there? And I have lost it completely. Oh no, it's over here. Why is this? Oh, there's no beacon for this. Yeah, there's a perfect spike impression. Oh, you meant like going into someone you don't know. Oh no, I bring them to my house. Well, yeah. No. I bring them to a secondary safe location. And as it's gone so far, I know someone who knows them anyway. So I guess there's like that level of accountability. But it's not... I wouldn't date random people because they usually do something that annoys me. You know, I wouldn't... I did get a bit silly, and my friends were often like, you need to not go and just hang out with that strange man. And I'm like, but he seems like he really needs it. So there is that element to it, but no, I'm not really. The worst thing was bumping into one of my junior lectures at a clinic while at uni. Mortifying. I mean, the thing with junior lectures is they're basically like in the same age group as you anyway, right? So that's gonna happen for all that stuff. No, you gotta own it. You gotta be like, yeah, we all care about sexual health. Let me take this. We all consider that as an educator. Just really open about it. Open conversations. So we don't have any water. We're trapped all the way out here. There's no power. So I can't even craft fit. Oh, here we go. So we want to make one of these things. Titanium, which we've got. Quartz. Oh shit, I think we actually got all the stuff for that, so that's great. That's what we were supposed to be doing, I think. Because that will keep the power on. A glory hole negative space. I never... No, I do know where there's a glory hole. But it's not a place I would... If I was in this... I know that's not the point. I'm like, well, if I was searching for glory holes. No, they do. There are a series of queer events that happen across the country that are like... sex spaces, cruising spaces, I think they call them, where it's way safer, where they still have all of that stuff, but also everybody's like COVID checked before and etc, etc. And I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Here we go. The thing is, I have noticed with some of these though, is that you will see other queer people that you know. So you almost like, you can't just be friends with people anymore. A lot of people will move to London because they're like, the queer scene's too small. Is there any quartz? Oh, I just don't have quartz. Or maybe, oh, maybe I need the second quartz. But I don't know. I don't know if it's just that, or I think there's certain queers like me who will just go to everything. I mean, I'm going to everything in Sheffield, and I'm like, I need to go to stuff that's in other towns as well.
Passing 100.
And there's not actually as many people out as many people would be trans. Like, someone was telling me about this village they live in and what the population was and how many out trans people there were, and there was like 2 in a place of 10,000. So presumably there's 98 trans people that are not out there, if you assume that 1% is. I mean, I assume a lot of that isn't necessarily the same as binary or non-binary as each other, but so I'm kind of like, okay, let's say, I mean, that's a village, so it's bound to be a little bit like that way, but we take that same logic, there are like 98% of queer people in the UK are just not out, maybe, or trans people, not even queer people, trans people, because if we include queer people, we include bisexual people, and then we have 60% of the population. So what? I don't know. I see the same 3 people in like a bunch of spaces that maybe are meant to have like 100 people in them. So what? There's 300 people that we're not seeing, I guess. I don't know. It's such a mystery trying to figure out not only what my place is in a society that is transphobic, which my place is outside of that. I'm comfortable with that. You know, fuck you, I'll do my own thing. But then finding what's my place within those queer spaces, and also like trying to think about how that works with just social expectations and like mental expectations, and like it always like flips me out so much internally when like people are tolerant, because I don't expect it, and I'm like, but if that's possible, then all this other stuff didn't need to happen. And then there'll be times where people will get treated worse than me for the same thing in terms of queer experience, especially for racism. Like, it's like 10 times worse basically. And then there'll be other cases where people just almost never experienced it at all, and I go, wait, and I can't it's just so inconsistent, because effectively imperialism is never going to be absolute. It's going to be difficult to impose something on everybody everywhere all the time, so people will just slip out in the same way that people get left behind and fall through the cracks as well. Sometimes people will just fall upwards through a crack, right? Yeah, no, Ava said being a trans woman is a lot about being jealous. There will be, well, she didn't say it like that. She said there's a lot of jealousy in being a trans woman. I'm like, yeah, right. We need to do some more camera scanning, I think. Glory hole's out nowadays. It's a cat flap you can stick your ass through. I mean, people are into that. Maybe me, I don't know. Here's a question. I've come across homo nationalists before. Are they gay but they love the state and imperialism, all that bullshit? Ever encountered transnationalists? No, but when I was looking at the street view for the gay quarter in Manchester, I noticed there was a big British flag that had the trans colours, and it was like, we love the Queen. And I was very much like, it's gotta be ironic, right? Because if there's one state that's been the most transphobic and queerphobic and contributed to the most oppression of queer people, it is Britain, by such a large mass and margin. So I've not experienced that. You have to go do things but nothing weird, have fun soon. Thank you for being here very much, and I'm sure it is weird actually. Wee. I think people who study Kant for a living would have no sex trailer. I don't know enough about Kant to actually understand that joke, but I understand enough to know that it's funny. No, I've not. Something I come across a lot, or at least it's noticeable enough when it happens, is, and I've experienced this thought process. I don't have an issue with it really, which is there will be trans women, and I'm sure this is true for trans men. I've just seen less trans men because society makes them more visible. Who, because they had to do everything by themselves, or perceptively had to do everything by themselves, they're kind of like, well, being trans is my thing. And like, I get that. When I see quiz stuff, I always see stuff about trans women. I'm like, oh, I need to be involved because that's my thing. But I don't see it as an exclusive my thing. I see it as something I'm part of. Ooh, we can go inside the eel hole here. Ooh, shit. Oh shit. Okay, well, time to get out. Or like they'll end up taking this super individualist view of like, oh, I'm not a victim. I'm individual. I won't fit in queer spaces. But then there's also like cliquey stuff that happens as well. What was I saying? Calorie intake. Okay. Oh yeah. No. So there will be people who seem to try and want to fit into the system, or will make cliques and stuff like that to make their own weird system. But I'm gonna dissolve the cliques around me because there's one clique. And it seems to be mostly based on the machinations of this one person who I think just needs a friend. And I know they have lots of friends because they're popular or something, but I'm like, actually, like a friend who's not there because you're attractive, a friend who's actually like, because we're queer, we should have some kind of joint community. I don't know. Hello, Scooters! Caps, never be sorry for Caps. This is a Caps friendly place. I like Caps because it's got loads of emphasis. We're eating vines. It's Subnautica. It's a bonus Subnautica because I forgot that it wasn't Friday. But also, I've been cancelling streams left and right because, let me think. I went to hang out with my boyfriend. I think I did something before then and I can't remember what it was.
Vital signs.
And then I went to hang out with, oh yeah, I picked someone up. And then what was the next thing? Then there was this protest related thing and I did that. And then it's really blurry for some reason. I've had a very depressed week. Oh my god. I've been on Twitch for at least 2 years. Welcome to my stream. I'm really thankful you chose to raid me. Stay a while if you want to. Follow so you can see me again. I've been on Twitch for almost 2 years. I might be quitting soon. Thank you so much. I'm DMAC. Thank you for the raid. And I'm assuming because Hobbytan came through that Hobbytan directed the raid here. So thank you so much. My name is Rosie, or Rosemary. I'm trans. I play video games. I talk about a lot of things. There's a big fucking Palestinian flag because I'm not afraid to talk about those things either, as none of us should be, because it's really important that we do that. We're playing Subnautica. What were you up to? I would love to know. Metroid Prime. Sorry, I nearly said Metroid, like a meteor. Metroid Prime Remastered. Is Metroid Prime the one where she's like merged with the DNA, or is that from a previous? I don't know. Thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate that. Not everybody that raids follows, which is weird. But no, I love a good Metroid. My favorite is Metroid 2. I've not played that much of it, but I really just liked becoming a ball and then clinging to the fucking cave walls and picking up my power-ups on the Game Boy Color that I got for free. No, I found it on the ground in the middle of the road and I went, I have a Game Boy. That's how I got it. Fusion is the DNA merging one. Prime is the first 3D one. Oh, okay. Does it... Would you say it uses... Let's play the game while we talk about this. Would you say it uses 3D pretty well? Because I know that's the... If I remember correctly, there's like a big era of everybody like, let's do 3D. Wasn't necessarily a good idea. Because everybody loves indie pixel 2D games, right? How you have an extremely desperate need to go... Oh, go get food. Ignore everything I said. Go get food. That's really important. Don't let the post-stream blues bite. But thank you so much for the raid. I'd love to see you again, hopefully. But get food. That's so much more important than... I need to remember to tell people to fuck off if they need to. If you need to fuck off, fuck off. Prime Trilogy is a great use of 3D higher than we're gonna do. Thank you. Go get food. Go get food. Go. Eat. It's so important to eat. Everybody needs to eat food. Right now, if you're not eating. If you're full, get eating. My character needs a drink. Get drinking. You weren't kidding about post-stream blues if I was immune. No, because it's all... when you're performing live, Everyone cheers at the end and goes, ah, good job. Sat literally forgot to eat. Yeah, hello Dasky. Eat, everybody eat. This is a feeder stream. Everybody eat. No, yeah, but because you don't have a an audience, you just switch the thing off. The adrenaline wears down, and you feel shit because the adrenaline wears down. But that only lasts for about an hour. But you'll just be sat there going like, oh, I did a bad job. Nobody liked it. When you don't go back and you look at the VOD and everyone's like, this is the best stream I've ever had. Wow, thank you so much. And you're like, wait, what's wrong with me? Why did I think that was different to how it actually was? Yeah, no, post-stream blues. And I'm gonna keep talking about it actually, because I've coined it as a term, but I think it's very useful. Because the thing I always do at the end of streams, see, now we've got other streamers talking about this. Is great. We should talk about mental health and streaming, because it's a real fucker. It's a bad job. Yeah, no, I usually sit like this, and I'll be watching whoever we've raided in, and I'll be maybe sending a little bit, but like, oh fuck, I can't do anything. And then I go and eat. Usually is the next thing I do, which is a good idea. Having snacks nearby. Oh yeah, I still have oranges, and they're not moldy. Having nearby snacks is a good thing. Like swimming, which I did today. You swimming back and forth between. This is great. Can't wait to do it again. Oh Christ, I should just be fair. No. The great. Can't wait to do it again. That's the real thought. That's the real one. The other one is just the adrenaline wearing off. The reason it feels so bad is because it felt so good. You're going from a place of such a high down to lower than normal, right? Because your body's regulating all that. No, some of the best streams I've ever done where I've been like, yes, and then the stream's ended and I've gone, I should quit streaming. You know, it's severe, but it's not. It's just you feeling a chemical process basically. I recommend a snack actually, which I don't do. I should take my own advice. Having a 3-minute break once per hour so you can get air and stretch and stuff. Yeah, no, that's also, I recommend that. I don't do that. I usually halfway through have a drink and pee break, and sometimes a second pee break. And never be afraid to take those, because you're the instrument of the streaming, which means that any strain that you're putting yourself through is you know, potentially damaging, right? I don't think people should do 24-hour streams after attempting one. I did give myself caffeine poisoning, so I did make it very miserable for myself, but I was just like, nah, that's a long time to just be going and going and going and going and going, right? Thank you for shouting out Hobby Tan. I think I forgot to do that. Eternal Darkness Sanity's Requiem. I don't remember what the last game I saw. I've been lurking in some of the speedrunning stuff. Or maybe I said hi, I forget. That sounds like one of those that sounds like a very Hobby Tan game without actually knowing anything about the game. Like, that seems like something that Hobby Tan would play. Probably got like a vague sort of Victorian theme or something. A bit of those kind of, I think I saw you doing the submarine game at some point. I'm like, that seems very similar. Oh, spoilers. Oh, bleh. I didn't say anything. Hobby Tan was doing speedrunning as far as I'm aware. But that's cool, because you changed it for the, yeah, exclusive on this stream. Watch Hobby Tan tonight. You do 2 streams in a day. I could, it's a Saturday. Give me these fish. I need to drink them. Oh, it's so pretty. I wish I didn't have to chain them up like this. And it makes it so much easier. I mean, I guess I could choose not to do this, but the robot Alexa in my head said that I needed to drink water, so actually that's a good idea. D-Max suggests you play it tonight as your co-host and speedrunning partner. That's great. I never really figured out how to do co-hosting stuff. When I've had people on the stream talking outside of it being Rust or something, it's the audience doesn't necessarily gel with it. But that's because I've almost always been doing solo stuff, so of course that's gonna be a bit weird. But I would like to do more stuff with people. I think especially because of some of the like charity stuff that we're doing right now, and seemingly just doing continuously forever now. I guess once you pick something up, Actually, let me if I can pin that, by the way. Let me just pin that. There we go. We're still raising funds. No, I think it will go faster if there's more people involved. So I'm like, no, I should do some joint game stuff. But that's a bit hectic. It took me ages to work up the courage to even do charity streams in the first place, right? Because I was like, oh, I need to do it right. And I still did it wrong, and it was great anyway, so... Joins you on Discord and chat while one plays the game. Yeah, the way the model that I've seen a lot of people do is they'll talk on Discord and then they'll have some kind of like maybe PNG tuber or something that shows them. Personally, oh shit! Drink the water. Drink the water. My approach, and I'm not saying this is superior. This is just the way that I do my craft of streaming is. That seeing people's face is a big part of the personal experience, but also just as equally not seeing people's face is part of that experience too. I've seen some very popular streams that never have cam and it's all about the sound. But so I'm like, if I was having someone a guest on stream, I'm like, would it be better to actually see? It didn't have to be their face. It could just be their PNG tuber setup or whatever. But also like that might be kind of awkward because there's a lot of time on screen for them. But most people when I see them do it, it's like a little thing that pings up, like how Night Suge does it. That's more typical of a PNG tuber, furry, queer. That's typically how those streams are. I'm just very different. I'm just different. I'm not like those other quiz. No. Yeah, let's eat all these snacks. You think ended up being 36 hours by the end of it. Marathon stream when your PC broke, so I never do more than 12. No, that was me too. When I got to like 21, I was like, nah, 12 hours is the maximum ever that should ever exist ever. 36. You know, the first time I streamed Rust, because I was so excited and I had no idea what misery was in store for me, I streamed it for like 20 hours and then I played it for like another 10 anyway or something, which well, looking back, I'm like, are you okay? And the answer was no, but I didn't know it. Well, I did, but not in the way I was about to know it. I guess if you get something that keeps getting your attention, but I don't know what that would be for me, right? Change this battery, please. And also put the other battery in here, please. VTuber when it moves PNG. PNG is a flat image that contains 2D animation. A VTuber is more often than not mocapped in some way. Is usually 3-dimensional, but I don't think that's actually a requirement. Will have jangly bits, is a lot more expensive, and tends to be leaning on the development of Japanese and Korean and Chinese streamers who have full like agencies and stuff like that, because it's so much of a bigger thing. A lot of our more modern streaming and internet media sort of usage is closer to things that have come out of largely Korea, but then also Eastern China as well, because that's just built up as fuck now. Because in Korea there's very, very, very high phone ownership at like the highest in the world, and also like the highest internet connectivity in the world as well. So mukbang, which, you know, had a pretty weird trajectory as Westerners took over it, but basically the whole thing, from what I understand, is in Korea and similar places, it's seen as like a bad thing to eat by yourself, right? So they were like, okay, we'll eat with you, and then it just became fetish content for Westerners. But that's an example of a trend that came from Korea internetally into our space. Maybe a bad example. There's loads of stuff that you wouldn't even think. You hyperfixated on Fallout 4 for 13 hours once. Some of the early Fallout 4 ones were like that. When you first start out in a survival game and the difficulty's really high, What's that? Did I ever do 11-hour Fallout 4? I probably did at some point. I don't see myself doing that again. I might come back to Fallout 4 at some point. Oops. But the next game will be Populous, which I'm really gelled for, actually. PNG is flat image. Sometimes they have a little animation. No 3D. Yeah. My PNG tuber is, whoops. Where is it? Okay, oh fuck. Hang on, let me try again. Yeah, it's Mel Franklin, and then I added what's that thing called? Spectralizer, which is an add-on that you can add to OBS that you can make shapes with, like the thing in the corner for that. That's also a spectralizer, and the starting scene for this, that's also a spectralizer. Can you oops, what's this one? Why does this one exist? Okay, yeah, that's the VTuber. I almost never use VTuber, BNG tuber, sorry. I just use that when I don't want to show my face on camera. But actually, both for my mental health and, like I say, visibility of being trans and stuff, I usually just will like, put on makeup. This isn't my normal makeup. This is makeup that I wore when sleeping because it is dysphoria. Don't do that. And then I went swimming, so it slightly got washed off, and then I slightly put some back on, so it looks a lot closer to what my actual face looks underneath, I guess, which is like old and tired. It was like, you're 25, and it's like all of the wrinkles are hidden, not on purpose. It just come out that way. Hello, Aldo. It's very good to see you. I hope you are doing well in this world. I wish for the best and happiest times for you. That's what I think every time I see Aldo. I become very affectionate to just see Aldo's username and be like, I hope Aldo's having the best time. That's what I think. That's what I'm like all the time. Because Aldo's friends with, like, basically everybody that I care about on Twitch. So I'm like, I was precious Aldo. Let's not wanting to infantilize you, but just like, let's protect Aldo. Good egg. Says hi to everybody, which is really sweet. I stopped doing that. I say hi to a couple of people. I actually just fucking pick favorites at this point. I'm like, hi to people, because there was a thing of loads of people would at you, and then you'd have at every single person back, and you'd have this huge chat message, and I'm like, oh, I'm just dominating this thing. But no, Aldo's a good being. We all love Aldo. Thank you for being here, Aldo. Aldo appreciation. Let's all chill. I hope this isn't horrifying for you. Just this level of attention. Let's hyperfixate on somebody else. Where's Royal? Oh, Royal's gone. Me and Royal are actually becoming pretty good friends outside of the stream, I would say. And that's been nice. Because that's a little tricky. Because a lot of the way that people first interacted with my channel was as a fan of me. And people behave differently in that, and also as a content creator, I guess you have a responsibility to not take advantage of that trust. But also sometimes people will just offer you things and you're like, I do need that thing, and they're like, no, it's okay. So the line can sometimes get a bit blurred. Right, we need food. That's what we need. That's why I came outside. We're gonna hunt the peepers. Our best friends. I can't do it, but I must. No, okay, well, you win. I guess I'll get all the ones that are all tied up in the thing instead. We don't have any submarine because we broke it again and again and again and again. Fuck. Fine, you get to live. By virtue of running away, you get to live. The greatest fighting move. Actually, it did sound like it just got eaten. And give me fish. Give me the fish. Give me. Ah! Did I get it? I think it just stopped existing. No, there it is. And it's cooked. Amazing. I mean, we could cook any of these, even these ones. We don't actually have to not get them just because they're water. Oops. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And then I would also like some... Oh, you're not eatable. I would just like some food for the road, please. Thank you very much. That's an alive fish. Ugh, get rid of it. Can't eat an alive fish. I am grateful, because this thing's pretty horrific. I am grateful that it doesn't continue to leash the fish after they've died, because that would be the grimmest thing ever, right? Like, just this fucking cooked peeper. Although they don't look like they're cooked when they're outside your inventory. The classic, am I feeding a parasocial relationship or blossoming internet friendship? I mean, I don't know if it's just because of just how traumatized I was from being ostracized from Limmy's community quite aggressively, but it has given me this kind of like healthy distaste for fame, because anyone that asks, I'm like, fame is evil. Limmy's not even the worst person in this community, whilst still being responsible for the horrors that happened there. He himself is surrounded by people who, like, he doesn't know if they're friends or not, and I don't think anybody around him is his friend, actually, even the really close people. I think they're just there to also get their piece. And I'm just, when I could see that, when I could understand the full scope of that and see how, like, you know, like Funk the Void, who is a fascist, was able to be in there, but then marginalized streamers and stuff were second fiddle to all of that kind of stuff. I was just like, fame is just evil. Fame is just evil. All of this stuff has been corrupted and warped for this sort of, not just capitalism, because I feel like we took capitalism away and we still had fame, that people would be this horrendous. So I think as a person, right, as someone that works in this industry, that's a good lesson to learn, because then you're constantly checking yourself, and maybe it's not the healthiest process or whatever, but I remember seeing these sorts of shortcuts that would show up all the time, where it's like, oh, you could fuck these people over, or you could fuck your viewers over, but you'd make a load of profit, or you'd get, like, your channel will be bigger or something like that. And repeatedly seeing those and going, oh, okay, and sort of applying it to, like, the famous world, I guess I'm gonna call it, and how that all works and stuff that I already know about, like, theater industry and stuff. I already know about comedy and stuff. I started to see this shape of, like, right, okay. It does make me kind of wonder, like, if anyone can be ethically famous, and I guess I would say no, right? But the cool thing is if you talk about marginalized people's rights a lot, that fame will be taken away from you. So if you get a little bit too famous, you just have to start doing the right thing and spending it. And it seems like that's quite effective, so I'm not so worried. But I don't know, it's entirely possible. I don't think it will happen, and I don't really want it to happen, but it's entirely possible that, like, I get well known enough to the point where things start getting outside of my control like that. Hopefully not. But it's difficult because I'm in the performance industry, and I'm an unusual person, and I have a lot of history and stuff like that, and those things usually come together to, like, creatively make something quite good. I'm like, oh, just be anonymously perform on stage with my full face. Yeah, no, it's scary stuff. There was like 15 seconds basically where I was genuinely famous, and it's so exposing, because it was like I say, my stalkers came out of the woodwork. They're like, aha, I found you. Or like, terrifying. Or like people that are going to school with just like fully dead naming me. No, because everybody sees you, and all of the people around you also completely change the way that they look at you as well. Awful. It's just awful. But then again, that might just be reflective of, like, how it was for me. I'm sure there's people, I mean, I don't know, is Tom Holland having a bad time? He probably is. Love anonymity, have too much to change that. Yeah, I just think about, like, stage managers a lot, how, like, they are doing all of the work of a play, but you never see them. You should aim to be a stage manager, right, if you want to change things, I suppose. Rosie keeps asking me to dismantle the massive shrine I've dedicated to her in my bathroom. Not bedroom, bathroom. That, for some reason, feels more perverse. What does trying to me even look like? Candles remain lit 24/7. I like candles, so that's all right. Oh, I had a candle. It's gone out. I had a candle. I was burning a candle. Also, we ran out of incense as well, but it does mean my room smells nice, and I'm Just smells. I'm very into feeling happy through smells is a big thing I have rediscovered recently. Right. We need to see what it will take to build our prawn boy. Our prawn legs. It's this thing, isn't it? That we walked into and looked at and didn't actually examine. Happy being a little gremlin that shows folks the cool things they found in rants about ethics and benefits. That's basically me, right? Like we're in the same sort of boat. You do a lot more like indie games, and I think like your accessibility is probably better than my channel. It's really important for me to have subtitles, but not to measure them against each other because it's whatever. That's not that difficult to make a Neptune launch platform, right? Why is that easier than getting a prawn suit? Oh, it was aerogel. Even though I'm sure I came across aerogel. Diamond lead. Plasteel. Plasteel I think is from the lithium. Ah! What the fucking hell? You should not be allowed to do that. Jesus. Big sea creature just went and hit me. Anarchy, yay! I became an anarchist by living in a society that was bad to me. And then I was like, I think this, and someone goes, oh, you're an anarchist, and I went, what? I haven't read any of the books. Which does annoy other anarchists I met. They're like, no. You need the theory or you'll just stray into liberalism. And I'm like, you're probably right. But I read excerpts of things and I'm like, yeah, that's what I already thought. Sometimes philosophy is just reiterating stuff that you already know. You're president of anarchism, and despite the naysayers, a perfect understanding of philosophy. How long will it take before someone goes, oh, I'm gonna make an anarchist state? Although I was thinking about that in the shower, I was like, if you're, let's say there's a movement in Britain that goes, no more state because it's clearly bad. And then Britain becomes anarchist. Does that not make it a state? Or would it have to behave as a state? Or like, I don't know. Someone has written about these questions, I'm sure. Everything important has actually been said by someone already. You just need to find it and contextualize it in the time that you live in. Okay. I don't actually know how to make this stuff. Don't need a single book, to be honest. To be fair, lots of people practice anarchism every day. Yeah, get the theory from organizing. Yeah, there was, I definitely from stuff that I've done that's felt more anarchist, if that such a thing exists, right? We're all like, yeah, we're all gonna show up to this guy's house and like help him. That feels good, but that was organized, right? With some people who were literally like reading anarchist books as we were doing it. You seen Fort Slime? I've not seen her for a while. I hope she's doing well. She's always seemed like a very nice person, and she's one of us too. It's nice. We're in this period of time where we're discovering old YouTubers or just YouTubers who are like coming out. Like Charlie is so cool. Like is on Twitch has cool like and she looks amazing and has a healthy distaste for fame and well healthy enough, and seems very cool. I'm like, oh, that's great. That's amazing. Annoying Orange came out as non-binary, they, them. I'm like, oh, amazing, you look beautiful. Although I feel like maybe we'll be hearing some future pronouns, but maybe not. Who else is it that came out trans? It's like an old YouTuber. I don't remember. Love is part of mutual aid. Yeah, speaking of mutual aid. Speaking of mutual aid, we are still continuing. Not ritual aids. What? Mutual aid. There we go. Speaking of mutual aid, this button is not working. Hang on. Why is that not working? The button's supposed to do the thing. Well, that button works. It's supposed to refresh all the... Anyway, whatever. We are still fundraising. I explained... Oh, shit. Fart Bubbler gave us £15 14 minutes ago. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Let me just go into the nested scene and actually... Yeah, there we go. Look, the green is up to the WW dot now. We're getting closer. We're gonna build a latrine. The latrine needs to be built. If it doesn't, it might get unhealthy, and then that means even more costs. And they don't really have any privacy in it either, which is pretty foul. Yeah, and also, if you're interested in helping me fundraise for the continuing needs of queer refugees in Uganda, but maybe in other places too, please do get in contact with me, because I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I was approached by someone and I said, yes, okay, and then I just keep raising money, and it's a lot for one person to do, and it's really hard. So please, I will be making a website at some point, or maybe a thing that goes off my main website that explains better how to do the process that I've done, so maybe people can get involved. But ideally, it would be great to have a charity type thing. So you know how people do, my stream's gonna go to gendered intelligence, and they have a thing set up, and it's like straightforward like that. It'd be so good to do something like that, and then just push it onto other queer streamers, and we just do that, because we're always raising money. But sometimes people are like, oh, I don't know what to do, I'm just gonna pick mermaids. Mermaids is still good, for the most part. Even if they are a pro-cop, cis-run trans support group for kids, but they do exist, and they do stuff, so they are good. It's not bad to give money towards them. But I think sometimes maybe more specific fundraising might be in order for some things, right? Kind of like what we're doing here. Like Mind Out. Yeah, that's a good one. Not that Twitch should never do this, but it'd be cool if the subscribe button set up a monthly donation so people get their ding someone subscribed on the screen. It does that. It automatically is a monthly one, right? And then you have to type in chat that it's your sub to confirm it, basically. Or are we talking about something else? Hang on, let me get this oxygen first. You know when you take a step outside and the wind's nice and you go to get all your air in? Oh, they do have that, kinda. You can set the subs to be a charity. I think Twitch still takes a cut from that though. GoFundMe also takes a cut, but GoFundMe's cut is, I think, one of the smaller ones. But the main reason that I use GoFundMe over something like Just Giving is that they tend to give you the money pretty quickly. Except the £200 they seem to be sitting on that I need to chase up. I just really have not had time to do any admin because I've been mostly focusing on my social life because I was so depressed I couldn't do anything, and I was like, your thing is going to see other queer people and going to events, and that's the thing that really makes you happy. So let's do a bit more of that. So I did. Did I go to a ticketed event? No. When's the next? There's a thing in like a week. Oh shit, that will be in 1 week, in 7 days, in one entire week. I will have been on HRT for 1 year. Just estrogen though. Progesterone I've been on for a few months. Oh fuck. Help. I forgot how to get out. No, you go to the fire thing and then you go to the beacon that says, what's that? Look up to escape. And then you look up and you go, aha, that's how to get out. There we go. No, it is awesome. And it's been so intertwined with streaming as much as, again, I think Twitch is a bad website with deep issues. Twitch has been part of that. It's sort of made things financially loosier for me so that I've been able to buy my HRT. It doesn't pay for it yet, and we were able to crowdfund for free transition goal things because it was also my passport. Thank you. It's not actually my HRT, which kind of sounds like an artery issue. Happy artery. People sometimes will say their anniversary, but that's for them coming out. But some people set their anniversary to when they get HRT, and it is different. Coming out and taking HRT is different, and the way you get treated is different, and all that sort of stuff. I think we need lithium, so let's scan for some lithium. But it's good to see you, Jayog. I hope you are well. Excuse me. We were talking a bit about stand-up before because I've done some stand-up. I'm actually going to say where it is. It's at Quacks in Sheffield, which is an open mic. It's public enough, I think it'll be fine to say that. I'm just a little bit cautious about getting doxed.
Passing 100
But I think it's
meters.
okay.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
This is showing me shale chunks. I thought we were looking at lithium, or all shale chunks lithium. But I was thinking about making a show
Oxygen
where it's like
greatly decreased.
just a longer version of me doing that. So I feel like I'm getting to that point where I have enough content. But then also, because Sean Moore was in here as a comedian, and he was saying like people spend years constructing that stuff. And I don't know if it's just that I have so many skills in other areas in performing, or maybe I'm just some kind of maverick who's really good at this, but I do find it quite easy. I do feel like, I guess it's not like I'm not trying, but I don't know, it just seems to be to stand up at a microphone. I guess it's because the main barrier for a lot of people would be just like the anxiety of doing that. But I've already trained myself to a point where I can be on stage and it's fine. And that if I'm, you know, stressed or whatever, I can just channel that energy into like performing. So I guess that's why that bit's easy, right? And again, as I was saying, like I've not had a difficult crowd. I've had like the easiest, an open mic crowd who are already gonna be like, yeah, maybe it'll be a bit weird, but we'll laugh. And also they're queer as well, so they're like automatically on my side. Well, some of them are anyway. I really need strepsils. I need to get really back into shoplifting again, and by shoplifting I mean I need to shoplift some strepsils. It's important to look after your throat when you're a streamer, and I'm really, my throat is, I'm gonna get throat cancer. I just know it when I'm old. I'm not good to it. I often smoke or vape these days. Not to do nicotine vapes though. I'm always pushing my throat. I literally have hurt my throat recently again, I think for pushing myself too hard with voice training. Or I maybe have contracted a cold from a homeless man because I shared my vape with him. Or I just got a cold from somewhere else and I'm just blaming him because I assume he has a cold. But he was very nice, and he had a dog called Aveline, who I petted, who seemed quite sweet. Sweet to me anyway.
30 seconds.
Help. Get out the cave. Help. Why did they design it like this? Oh, this is the wrong bit. It's this bit. This is the bit. This is the escape. There we go. We're fine. We're no longer panicking. See, that's the part. People say this is a horror game. If you don't like the ocean, then yeah. But that's kind of like Spidey the Spider's holiday game for kids would be a horror game for someone who's afraid of spiders. Just because there's a spider in it, right? Or like, I don't know. What's a real example of a game? It does have horror elements. It does have little jump scares. They're a little bit jump scary. And also like things distantly making sounds and then chomping your submarine to pieces. Maybe it's just a very, maybe it's a survival horror. I think of survival, I think of being pushed to your imaginary limits, right? Like, oh god, you really gotta make that poison to cure yourself, or your blood will get too low and then you won't make it through the next week, like that kind of stuff. So then when I think about horror, it makes me think of more like, well, we should be escaping mean guy's house, which I guess we are doing in a sense, right, with the sea. Mods make it more survival horror, especially one that has decompression sickness. I forgot that there might be mods. I wonder, maybe after we can, because I'm gonna complete this, because honestly I am enjoying this much, that we should complete it, which I never do. I don't know if we'll ever complete Dead Space, but I want to. Yeah, maybe after Populous or sometime down the road, we'll come back and mod the fuck out of this and see what that looks like. Or mod it in a way where it becomes really difficult, like a survival, like an arena survival. Punch every single fish to survive. Go to proposed Degassi habitat. Or the ones that the life pod lands randomly, not in the safe shallows. Oh, what's it? I thought the proposed. I keep going to proposed Degassi habitat, which makes me think of Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is just a famous person now. I don't think he's got any. Either he's being very, very sarcastic, or he like loves Elon Musk. He might be being sarcastic. I didn't really look into it, but it did seem like maybe he's just a famo now. It doesn't have any qualities or values. Just a person who whines when anyone says anything wrong about space as a joke. See, when he started doing that, I kind of like, oh, it makes sense, right? Because we're making science worse by making up these assumptions about things, and there maybe is a process there where we could have more realistic stuff and be closer to like sort of realism or something. Like, well, here's an example. Jurassic Park, whilst the dinosaurs may not actually be accurate because they probably all have fur and feathers, in order to animate them and animatronicify them, they had to figure out what their gait was. So they sort of reconstructed the bones and muscles to the point where they can have it moving. And I don't know if this is exactly how this happened, because I think the story might be slightly mythologized, but they were like, oh shit, that is how chickens move. And that really advanced this understanding that we have now that dinosaurs are like proto-avians or whatever, or birds or dinosaurs kind of thing. That's the story I heard. Is that true? I don't know. But so there is something to what that he's doing, but I think he just became big meme, and then he just went, you know, I've done my TV, I'll just be the big meme. But then fame again, especially internet fame. It's definitely more pure survival than survival horror. Yeah. Then again, he watched a video essay about body horror. And he talked about RoboCop being a body horror, and had suddenly really, oh yeah, with his weird face and stuff. Sometimes all the elements are there, but you don't notice it because they're dressed up in an unusual way. That is true for everything, isn't it? For life and society in the world. You're like, this doesn't look like horrific. Like, I'm like, this doesn't look like horrific violence, but the things that made this phone get put together are terrifying. In terms of like child labor and stuff, and like bad working practices, and then the fact that I can just access that whenever. Doesn't seem like it is, but that's because it's all dressed up, right? People who don't think dinosaurs are big birds have never seen an angry cassowary. I've never seen whatever that is pronounced, but yeah, a lot of huge big birds. It's like, oh shit, this is a big bird. Fuck, this bird is going to birds. Sorry, a small dinosaur. Well, it doesn't seem small when it's like that, I'm assuming. Some birds are big birds. Even seagulls. Right. So we don't have the aerogel. And we don't seem to have a way of making the aerogel. And I got lithium for some reason. Because we want to make plasteel. Which requires 2 lithium. How much lithium do we have? Seemingly 0. I'm sure that's not true, right? Oh, here we go. We got 4 lithium. I think that's all we need. Bullet. I'm sorry for doing that so quickly. That gives me motion sickness as well. No one. Plasteel. It's a bit like in 1997's Titanic gets the final part of the sinking wrong, but they advanced the field by diving to the wreck a lot and killed some billionaires. Indirectly. but also a billionaire's son who didn't want to be there and was told to go there by his mom, who was like, listen, your dad's a bit of a loser, but like he really likes this thing. He really likes this rickety, shitty submarine. Like, could you not buy your own submarine? Yeah, I mean, it does kind of make me want to... I really want to scam rich people, right? Because they shouldn't have money and it should be redistributed. And also, they'll miss it less in terms of hardship, right, if it's gone. So I want to get into scamming rich people. I don't want to just directly kill them. Because I don't believe in Maoism. I think you can take physical property off people before you kill them. I think that is physically possible to do, and anyone that doesn't believe that is sort of taking a shortcut that isn't actually going to fulfill the end goal. But that's a whole other conversation. I don't think we need to kill billionaires. Now, having said that, if a couple of them just like, if Elon Musk just fucking exploded one day, and then maybe a couple of others, lots of things would happen. But I'm not going to do that. What was I saying? Once again, we're calling for the death of Elon Musk on stream. And then I say TOS and I'm fine. What happened to my other plasteel? Where's that gone? Did I store it in here? I can't remember where I put everything. Oh yeah, I did. I stored it in here. Yeah, no, take their money off them, right? Sorry, we got way sidetracked. So I'm like, what's a good scam that doesn't contribute to some sort of negative, like really negative thing? So I'm like, it seems like the easiest way to get in would be as some kind of bullshit lifestyle kind of advisor, so, but with some kind of mysticism thrown in, like I'm specially chosen to find you your path. But even within scamming rich people, you're probably scamming the rich guy's aunt or something who just needs someone to talk to, and then I'm like, well, that's ethically not okay. And then also the thing is, like, maybe you get them really into alternative healings and stuff like that, and they end up putting loads of money into that, and then that's not okay either. So it's not that there's never an ethical way to scam someone. I just think that there are not that many. I think that scamming is okay, just has to be ethical. And you might say, but stealing is automatically wrong, and I'm like, well, it's not. But even if you believe that, we live in a society that's built on stealing stuff. So if it's not okay for us to steal stuff, it's definitely not okay for them to steal stuff. So then what do you do with all that stolen stuff that they have? Redistribute it to the people it's been taken away from. So then you know, cassowaries are 5 to 6 foot tall, have 5-inch claws, run up to 30 miles an hour. That's just me, isn't it, though?
Seek fluid intake.
I mean, look how long my nail is. Wow, that's just me. I'm 5 to 6 foot tall. Can I run 30 miles an hour? Maybe, if I'm going downhill and I'm on wheels. Yeah, I have to eat all the rich. Once the first few are in the air fryer, the rest will fold pretty quickly. I don't really know. If we just went openly, we're like, right, war against billionaires today. Whoever can kill the biggest and the first one, good. And like, I don't know, it would be kind of, it would be some billionaire that no one's ever heard of, who actually, relatively for billionaires, isn't that much of a big player. Still a shithead landlord or something. And then everyone would be like, oh, his poor wife. And then what? The really, really shit billionaires would be like, we need to protect the billionaire class, and they start imposing loads of things. I mean, I'm just catastrophizing about an event that I couldn't possibly predict, but what actually is the process? Even, and this is a kind of a weird thing, I guess, for pacifism, is like, even when you're dealing with horrendous monsters, a solution that involves less conflict is gonna be generally preferable. So like, I don't know. I don't know. This is what it gets tricky. Kant screaming. Why is Kant screaming? What have I forgotten? I remember that Kant's like useful for philosophy, but not as a philosopher or something. Because he's like, never lie ever. That's a thing of his. I am very honest to a fault. Only reason they're not dominant species is so few of them taste human flesh. That's interesting. Your idea of being a dominant species is just eating humans. Humans are the dominant species because of how many humans we eat. What eats the most? You probably eat like gut bacteria, right? It's probably eating the most human. But in terms of external animals, I mean, parasites would be high up there. Mosquitoes. But in terms of, let's say it can't be an insect. What's eating the most people? What can't be smaller than an insect? What's eating the most people? What a complex question that I have absolutely no understanding of how I would begin to answer that question. Okay, so I'm gonna say it's probably fish of some kind, right? Because the place where the most corpses of people would interact with nature would probably be the ocean. Oh, this is dark, isn't it? But it's probably going to be the corpse floats down to the bottom and then the little starfish or whatever, octopus eat it. But maybe octopus is the biggest eater of humans. Like, again, insects and bacteria not allowed. Please do tell me the answer. I love things getting Googled. The best thing about the internet is that you can ask a question and get an answer. Take this. Crocodilians. Of course, I didn't think about... Right, so like, I want to say that hippos are the biggest mammal that attacks humans because of the proximity that they live in. But that's also true with crocodiles and, I guess, alligators. Yeah, no, now, because of the proximity to people, I didn't even think about that. I was gonna say, that's a good answer. It's the right answer, so of course it is. But if you had just come up with that as a general knowledge thing, I would have been like, well done. Does blood count? Well, see, I put mosquitoes off there. I think mosquitoes by mass would be the biggest one, right? Because they're taking chunks out of us. Mosquitoes are a bigger issue than you would think, especially in our modern industrialized world. Basically only figured out a malaria cure because we couldn't get the sea bridge that goes between North and South America. It's not in Ecuador. Or is it in Ecuador? But basically every single worker was dying horrifically of malaria, to the point where it was just impossible to build or do the Panama Canal in Panama. Yes, that's it. That they were like, oh, I guess we should make a malaria cure. But also, there were malaria treatments that existed that indigenous people were constantly from all around the world, not just in America. It's just like, use this, and they're like, you don't know anything about medicine. I'm gonna go and die in an Egyptian tomb, or because of an Egyptian tomb. Yeah, this is the mummy's curse of from Tutankhamun is they got bitten by mosquitoes in a work area in the 20s, which was very common to happen at that time. They got bitten by mosquitoes. They got malaria. It wasn't 1,000-year-old malaria. It's just regular malaria. You know weird stuff about raccoons, tanuki, foxes, they're all similar. Insects, less so. Reptiles are awesome, but done very little research on them. Just start Googling, see what comes up. I always end up finding something that I want a special interest to people. What's the animal fact that I know? I don't know anything about animals. It'll be, oh no, I know stuff about the front-facing eye goat that was in Mallorca that got eaten by people. That's probably the origin of a lot of goat-faced oral history, I think. Because I think, me personally, as an amateur historian, I believe that oral history is a more effective way of preserving history in the long term than writing is. Writing can be more precise, allegedly, and there's lots of colonial bias with that. But oral history teaches us a lot of cool history that's really fucking old. Some of it's not so precise, but we have oral history of, I believe, the Mediterranean changing. I think that's something that we've got oral history from somewhere. Supposedly the idea of like trolls and stuff like that comes from the oral history of living with Neanderthals, because they were a bit bulkier and maybe a bit more orc-like, and needed more food than us to survive, which is... It's always said that basically, oh, they couldn't get enough food to fulfill their energy, but it maybe sounds like we intentionally competed with them. But we also fucked them, so they're still in our DNA. Orcs. I think orcs are a continuation of that kind of thing, of like the bulkier, hardier people. For positives and negatives. Right. We need to find out about aerogel. We can't cheat. So where it be in blueprints? It's not gonna be in equipment. It's not gonna be in habitat installations. Something to do with the fabricator? Let's go look at the fabricator, even though I'm pretty sure it doesn't do anything like that. Oh, this is the modification stage. Sorry. The fabricator. That's the first thing that we got is a fabricator, so oops. When they say eat your greens. I think you've been eating a lot of greens lately. I think you need to leave some greens to the rest of us. No, all orcs are green. You get purple orcs, or like, I mean, they're usually generally a green shade. There were a lot of like different shades of orcs in Lord of the Rings, but they tended to make them quite dark, so you couldn't really tell what shade it was. Advanced materials, hydrochloric acid and see, I think it's to do this. I think we have to make hydrochloric acid, so we need to make deep shrooms. Okay, now I know what we need to do. We need to scan down here. What the fuck? Okay, none of these are working. Okay, that's weird. I guess we'll go to the other base where the cameras work there. Unless we've broken something by having 2 scanner rooms, but I really don't think it should do that, right? No, I love orcs. I'm embracing, right? I've started embracing the being freaky side of things, right? I'm always like, yeah, fuck yeah, orcs. But there's a lot of like, I don't even know what else to call it except for a sort of romanticism of sex that exists in a lot of queer spaces, and especially Tumblr, and especially fan fictions and stuff like that. People write stuff and create this perspective that I never would have expected to, and it's actually very, it's cool. I feel I feel cool and open-minded, because I'm like, listen, we can write a story about fucking a robot and that can be really cool and fine. People get very sort of like, almost like objectify about, I don't know what the word would be, and go, oh, well, we shouldn't fuck robots, therefore this story shouldn't exist. I'm like, but we're constantly doing things. That's weird that both of the cameras are next to each other. We're constantly doing things where we're representing something as something else. That's also a thing. Once you get your head around that, it's like, oh, okay. Oh, so we got a bug, it looks like. Oh, okay. I guess we need to go back to the other one. That seemed to fix the bug. Fairies make a lot more sense when you start to just go, oh, it's just a representation. And then also even like Vor makes sense if you just go like, it's more of a representation. It's, you don't have to define it as that. And suddenly you start to go, well, if people are having fun, it's not hurting anybody, it's fine. That's a very healthy attitude to have towards sex. People online have, it's not just online, but I see a lot of it online, have really unhealthy attitudes towards sex, especially the sort of the right, it's not just right wingers, but it mostly comes from them, where they're like, oh no, if I have sex I'm actually ruining me and I'm ruining the girl I'm with, and we need to not masturbate either. And I'm like, no, there's lots of proven things medically that show that this is helpful and good for you. No, porn addiction is the thing they always say. That's not a real thing, but the sadness that they generate inside themselves by believing that is true is a real thing. But that's just, I mean, that's just like, right. So where are we? We're here. We've somehow spawned next to the cameras, which I think is part of that bug. So I think what we need to do is take this camera and shove it where the sun doesn't shine as much, which is in this direction. Time to fuck the bicentennial man. Have you heard of the spine? The bicentennial man could be cleaned up a little bit. Could be shaped a bit more, but approaches, if you're not hurting anyone without the consent, do what makes you happy. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another thing. People like to get hurt. I said if no one's getting hurt. People do like to get hurt. I forgot to mention that. And that's fine. And we can have a mature conversation about that. We can have an immature conversation about it, to be honest. It's this way, isn't it? Nothing wrong with getting to know yourself better if you want to. Equally, it's not your jam whatsoever. I think one of the things that's in the back of my mind is remembering, I haven't read this book, but basically I understand what it talks about. One of the biggest, most comprehensive studies on kink was by this woman who basically was just talking to people and saying like, what gets you off? And there was this interesting correlation that stuff can come from anywhere, but it also quite often it seems to be, I have to talk about this stuff now. It also often seems to be, and this is in the minority of cases, by the way, sometimes a way of dealing with very traumatic situations. That is a completely solid eel. Oh, that's a completely solid upright eel. And that's very interesting because there's lots of people will get very sort of morality about sex, and they'll say, oh, you're simulating a terrible thing, therefore you're doing a terrible thing. And I'm like, well, first of all, no. You put on a performance of being a murderer in this play, therefore you're a murderer. No. The next time you feel horny, you'll think of murderers and you'll help murder. No, like, but we have this like this big study, basically. I can't name it specifically. I just know there's a book about it that goes, no, a lot of these people are just, this is a way of processing this stuff. This is a way of exploring this stuff, right? I did a big. Let me talk about this. Starts to get into. I'll say I did a big thing where I had someone wrapped up and I went, "Aha, I've got you," and I went on their neck, and it was fantastic. But it was very much, we were playing with the idea that I was eating them, right? And you're like, "No, you shouldn't do that. That's wrong. You shouldn't be a monster that steals boys and eats them." But it doesn't fucking matter because we're just having fun, and no one's actually getting really that hurt, and it's all precautions and stuff like that. If you think like that, you'll have a much better time. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like I was taught about sex that's for like the cis heterosexual experience, which, you know, you could be good at that and have fun, but generally a lot of that stuff is we'll have sex, but don't be too gay, because then sex will have to stop. If you do something that seems too gay for me in this cis heterosexual sex, well, it's over now. A lot of it was like that. So I found queer sex to be very liberating in the sense of that's not a concern anymore, and like people understand if you need a break because you have too much dysphoria, you know, like it's like, good, I can explore this and have a healthy relationship with it. You know, folks in the BDSM community love immature conversations. It actually seems like the older you get, the more immature you get about sex, or immature joking about it, I suppose. But it's fine, so it's not negative. Horror movies, kink, and other things that people perceive as bad or weird actually super healthy ways. And usually contain a lot of queer people, yeah. Hellraiser's so horny, we'll stand by that. Maybe I need to watch Hellraiser. For no reason. So how do we get... Okay, so we got vehicles. We want to make a prawn suit. And part of the prawn suit is that it requires a material we don't have. Not telling us how to get that. Neptune escape rocket. Could make a Neptune escape rocket, but that feels like skipping. We've not even made a Cyclops yet. I don't know if we can. I don't think we have the recipe for that. Ian Clayton is the pinhead for me now and forever. Nice. I should watch the old one. Maybe fuck it. I'll just jump ahead to that. No, if there's like a new... Okay, ingredients unknown. When there's like a new film in like a series or something, I do go back and watch the old one to see how it's progressed. Like, character designs were based off outfits worn by people at Popular Kink Club. I mean, of course they are, right? Like, multiple lever stuff like that. Like, of course. There's no way it wouldn't be. But that is cool. Original's pretty good. Okay. The rest are just funny. There's more than two. Of course, it's a horror film. No one ever just makes a film and leaves it, because they're usually quite cheap to make. Okay, so I think the next thing we need to do... Oh, wait, we were gonna make that acid, weren't we? We're looking for deep shrooms. So we had a look in that place, and I didn't see any deep shrooms, but I think I need to get back into it. Where is... This is the direction we need to go in. You know, weird shit about movies. I don't know that much. I struggle to remember. I thought it was a conscious decision I made, but I think I actually have a problem with this. I struggle to remember names and specific stuff about like actors and stuff, except for Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. I can well, even that I don't remember what the Weta Workshop lead guy is called. Although if someone said his name, I probably remember and recognize. No, I really struggle with a lot of that stuff. It just becomes this sort of fake blur where I just put all those things. Right, is this the deep shroom? Degassi. Wait, is that Degassi? Oh, that's a jelly shroom. Entry full, is it? Oh. Yeah. Give me this mushroom and get me out of here before I die. So that's not a deep shroom, I take it. Does the deep shroom come from the place that I want to go with the prawn suit? I guess that would make sense. So I have to go there before I get the prawn suit, which doesn't make sense. The prawn suit should be how I get there. Please no tears. It says it pales you on an extremely sharp hook. Is that Dead by Daylight?
Seek fluid intake.
Excuse me. Deep shroom is found in a different biome, if that's not too spoilery. Slightly, but it's fine. Pinhead and DBD's living their best life. Oh, okay, yeah, hooking everybody. Yeah. Dead by Daylight should add new game modes so that I'll play it, and I won't. It's a huge download in a game that seems to change a bit more rapidly than is helpful for a new player. So I just eternally stay at the same level of knowledge. We can't scan for shrooms. You know, I think we might have to get the Seamoth back, because it's as a mode of transportation, so we can go to another biome, so we can lose it in the process. But it does see, I don't know, it seems like in the progression it makes sense to keep it. Now this isn't everybody's experience, but it seems like a game full of toxic game ruiners. Oh, DBD. The issue, there's lots of things that contribute to that, right? Because the one thing is, it is a PvP game, but it also is a PvP game with quite a sharp victory and loss difference. But always in that situation, everybody is trying to do better than everybody else. But the best that they can ever really hope for is to be in the 51% that's doing better than the 49%. And that's what that stuff always just comes down to. You understand this, it's so much easier to get into these kind of games. So people get very angry about their perception of why they're doing poorly, which could just be random, to be honest. So they get quite angry with other people, and then they feel that because they've been angered, they're justified to behave in a certain way. And there's loads of other factors as well, like it's not moderated because how could it be? But it's got certain features added into it that other similar games that didn't give a shit about moderating also have. Having an open chat in a PvP game is not necessary. I think it's give people the tools maybe to do it in their own space. Give people a voice chat maybe if they want to use it, but to automatically disable all that stuff. Very competitive and toxic could be fun in small bursts. The way I see everybody playing it, it kind of seems like it's not fun unless you're in it for the long haul. Like you're like, aha, I've won my game and now I'm gonna go on to another one and again and again and again. Because to me, if I play it in a short burst and I win or lose a game, it kind of makes me just want to go, okay, I'll put the game away. I don't know, I play League of Legends occasionally, and that's the same sort of game of like, you're doing the same map over and over again. It's a PvP thing. You're maybe trying to improve your skills. It's fun to blast stuff and collect stuff in League of Legends. It's not fun to chase people in Dead by Daylight. And the survivors is more fun probably because it's more content. But even that, it just, it's just not my game. I think I would personally, so actually, having seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, if I was to improve Dead by Daylight, I'd make it closer to that game. I like that you can catch people and kill them, as opposed to, aha, I prodded you one time, now you're gonna go fast and I'm gonna go slow and I'm never gonna see you again, or I can keep chasing you, but that's actually gonna ruin all of the progress on the yeah, maybe I hate it. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know. I've enjoyed it when I played it with friends, so and it's useful to understand as a game because every streamer plays it, so it's like a kind of universal language of like, oh, you did this thing with streaming, but you did it with Dead by Daylight, which I understand, therefore it's very useful in that sense. But almost everyone I've seen play it seems pretty miserable about it, in a way that I've never felt. That I have felt playing League of Legends. I never felt playing like Chivalry 2 or something like, but that's also I think because of lessons from that game where I'm like, well, I'm not gonna listen or care about what anyone else says unless it's helpful. But I think it's just because the loss is such a big loss. You put 20 minutes into the game, I guess, and then it's like, oh, your character's completely taken out earlier, you know. Or like, oh, I didn't catch anybody, or I was just chasing the whole time. That does seem sort of sad. You want to give people that visceral, you know, the killer needs to be scared. It needs to be simplified. Killer's got a big axe, and he goes, ah, and he does that, and it chops you in half instantly one time. And you're like, oh fuck, Axeman is here. That's what I feel like the game used to be a bit more like that when it was earlier, maybe, or at least when I was first perceiving it. Maybe I just didn't understand the metagame. I hate metagames, especially when they're, oh, they've got deep top, but fortunately I have wibble wobble, so just kill each other. Just kill each other. What's a game that's like that I play that I don't feel that way about? I don't know, actually. They wibble wobble. I think I meant flip flop when I said that, but is there a DVD killer I wouldn't fuck? I'm sure there is. The twins, probably. Even though they're like, canonically this twin is not a baby. Do not call this a baby on twitch.com. We will ban you. Fuck off. Sometimes in horrors there's babies and they get killed, okay? Just it's the same way as there's babies that get killed in real life as well. Making that TOS or whatever the fuck isn't not doing anything. Oh shit, we're out of power. Twitch is shut us off. At least our honor dead thing still lights up. Let's figure out what we need for a CMOF. No, they do realize that everyone's like, oh, you want to have sex in this game. We're gonna give you the finest pajamas you can wear, and we're gonna make the sexiest killers. Here's a big robot. Right, titanium ingot, power cell, glass, lubricant. I don't know, we got a power cell? Or is that just a regular? No, it's gonna be a big boy battery, isn't it? So many people got banned for that. I think everybody should have just said no. I think everybody should have started deliberately calling it a baby. I think that's one of the things that they could actually have gotten Twitch to go back on. I wasn't involved in that, so I don't know, but no. I think it's important perhaps to put in the mentality that as streamers you are workers of Twitch, whether or not that's recognized or like funded or whatever. So like if you're getting fucked over by like inconsistent nonsensical rulings, like that's especially if it's your livelihood, that's a load of horse shit. And with any situation like that, they should be looking like, is it reducing the harm against babies by having this rule? I would say no. If anything, it's making people annoyed about babies, and next time I see a baby, they're like, oh. So I don't think it's. Welcome to my dead baby stream where we talk about dead babies all the time. Yeah, subscribe for more dead baby content. Like, no one's doing that except for me just now. That didn't hurt any babies. Yeah, maybe it's a bit upsetting to hear about that, but the babies are just as fine as they were before. They're sleeping soundly and they've got their soft little hair, and you can apparently it's good to smell the top of a baby's head. I've never done that personally, but they do have the softest of hair. I love babies. Actually, see, talking about that has made me think about babies, and everyone who thinks positively about babies will now remember this and go, yeah, no, I want to do positivity for those babies. No, I'm very good with babies, even though I've never changed a nappy. Young children, fantastic. Was gonna work in childcare, but it's impossible. It's not, but everything is impossible. So, you know, just do acting instead. Dog goes awake and he hungers BRB. Get that dog some food. I've become a dog fan again. I was always a dog fan, but I've been seeing a lot of dogs lately, and they're going, oh my gosh, what a cute dog. And going, wait, I like dogs. Why have I deprived myself of dogs? Because a cat, it's so important to me to be around a cat. I treat cats very well. I like cats to walk all over me. I'm a pushover for cats to the point of being bad for their development, because it's like, no, you need to stop this cat from clawing you. I'm like, no, this is a kitty cat. Does CMOF get named before or after it always gets named based on how it gets destroyed, because otherwise it's just called CMOF, and I don't know that I can actually change that. I'm such a sore throat. I'm once again trying to voice train more, but one of the things that's been stopping me voice train as much is I've just been like, oh, I don't want to sound like I'm trans. And I'm like, that's the worst. That's the worst thing you could think, actually, when you are trans. Do not internalize this. So I've just been kind of going with the thing of like, it doesn't matter if it sounds campy or weird or whatever, I just have to lean into it. And that means sounding very obviously trans. Which I will do anyway if I don't voice train, right? So it's a more game. So I'm trying to lean into it more, but you might hear me sound almost like more like this, which is quite American, and I'm like, I'm not American. I swear, I'm British. There's no voice training stuff for British people. It's all for Americans, except for Christina. But even she's working with Americans. I do need some way that's not like going to internalize anything that reminds me to talk differently, just so I get used to it, so I practice it more. Loads of things about my voice have changed already in terms of like habits. Just be like as campy and faggy as possible, like, hi everybody. I don't even know what those sound. I can do it by myself where I'm like, just go high as possible, just keep going higher and higher. What's the highest? Like, no, that's too far. But maybe that's me, maybe that is just what I sound like, you know? Because I do get a thing if I'm around people that talk in a very campy way that I end up talking campier, so maybe that's just it. And also, like, I think there's this fear of campiness stuff. What does voice training pros say? Where? They say do warm-ups, which I don't do. I can't find any advice that's helpful. And it used to be I was too dysphoric to even read it. Whereas now I'm openly talking to people about it. And it's like, I talk about bottom surgery. Why would I be embarrassed to talk about voice training? Is it because it's a difficult, long process? There is this thing, there's this other psychological issue I'm having that I'm trying to work through, which I am like, can I get a trans therapist to talk about this with, where I'm almost like have this feeling of embarrassment that I don't want people to figure out I'm trans, which I don't think I can do that. I think everybody's always gonna be able to, so in some way, right? I need to be okay with being trans, which I didn't think I wasn't, but I've been really feeling this pressure to and thinking like, oh, everything I'm doing is to pass, and it is make you more passable, but that's not the objective. The objective is to be more relaxed and to embrace things that make me feel more comfortable and happy. And actually, as I start thinking about that actually makes the voice that comes out of me a lot more reflective of how I want to sound. So that's it. I keep saying this, I keep having all these revelations where I'm like, that's it, that's how to do it, and then I do it again and again and again and again. It's just an ongoing process. That I'm talking about it more with people, I think it's a good thing. That I'm exploring the process more is a good thing. That I'm hitting my throat is... I'm currently not hitting my throat, but that's not a good thing. But it's hard. It's hard. It's the hardest part of transition that I've approached so far, right? And there's no information and there's no consensus about it. And then some people are fantastic about it and some people have loads of opportunities and... I think your voice is lovely, thank you. And they're saying things that you know aren't helpful. I caught yourself saying I'm not trans enough the other day and immediately told yourself because there's a thing. No, if you're 1 gram, if you're 1%, if you're less than 1%, if you're even the slightest dust of you is trans, you're trans. The Kinsey scale, remember? The binary or not binary. Also, like, every non-binary, every gender non-conforming person, in my opinion, is automatically trans anyway. But no, it is a thing. I don't feel like I'm trans enough, so you know, someone who's like, a lot of my identity is about being trans, at least the way that I approach to people and how I embrace that and enjoy that, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'm just not trans enough. Everybody trans feels that way, but I do think that's a pressure on less gender conforming trans people, more non-binary, if that's such a thing that exists. It's a thing though, because also like some non-binary people will want to transition. Generally the consensus seems to be acting like they don't, but like I say, Kinsey scale, but for gender, people are going to want different things. I think it's interesting. I remember there's this person who was like, I really wanted top surgery, but I'm not trans, and it's helped me feel better. And I'm like, okay. I mean, you are, in my opinion, but if that's part of your identity, then fair enough, we'll say that it's not. And we'll acknowledge that and adhere to that. Self-identification is always the most important thing. Even if people might not be correct and might not know themselves, but you can't make that assumption, because you'll basically always be wrong. Okay, glass, titanium. Glass, titanium. What do you think is transgressive? I think that we're put into this position of being transgressive, right? Because we have a society that's constructed around patriarchy and imperialism that has made being trans like an outside thing. Hello, Gamer Fiend. Very good to see you. We're having a fun little Saturday stream. Once again, we're talking about being trans. Hey, if anyone has questions about being trans, I'm always up for it. Unless those questions are, what are your genitals? Even though I'm pretty sure everybody here already knows, but I won't personally answer that question on principle more than anything else. But I like people to be informed about other stuff. Hello, Adam Vacation as well. Thank you for coming in. Another amazing streamer who I draw inspiration from constantly. It's not. It sounds like a joke. It's not. Especially when people are nice. Both Game of You and Adam Vacation, nice people, as part of their core as a person, to the point of just naturally coming out and exuding from them. So, follow them. Safe places to be, which is important for me. We're remaking a submarine that we lost. What's the coolest and most awesome about being trans? Is it meeting fellow trans people, or also awesome being cool? Being trans. I mean, that's definitely huge, but I feel like that's a lot huger for me because I'm finding this representation about myself. I'm like discovering I'm not alone anymore. But I am finding the more trans people I meet, that's not so much of a sharp reaction anymore, because it's like trans people are more normal to me now. The most awesome thing about it is gender euphoria. Is you do some stuff and you like allow yourself to enjoy something with the expectation that it will be sinful and bad, and find the greatest joy that you've ever experienced in your entire life, and you'll just be like, and you'll just feel so calm, and everything gets easier, and everything in your life starts to make sense. And but it's a relief from a pain. But people experience gender euphoria without experience dysphoria. So maybe like my experience is like the difference between that and that is quite intense. But I mean, gender euphoria. And I guess in a more complex way, I finding what is essentially, to me, a definitive proof that our society is built to hurt people and therefore is wrong and should be opposed, and that doing things for yourself, and not in a selfish way, and they'll feel selfish, but in that you inherently have right and worth as a person, and that pursuing your health and happiness is not just a good thing to do, it is actually pulling apart the empire. You know, that's really fucking cool. Having the being able to let go of so many notions that were born into your life that make you miserable. A lot of trans people are polyamorous, for example. I don't think that monogamy is like the default for people. I think it's just a cultural thing, right? I think logistically it's probably easier in the long term, because if you're upset with one person, that's easier than being upset with 4 people, I suppose. But I find that bit so much easier. There's other people who are very firmly monogamous, that's fine. I'm not saying they don't exist. When you come out as trans, you also get a cool tote bag and keyring. No, when you come out as trans, you lose 50% of your friends, and none of the other trans people will want to talk to you because you don't have any indicator that you're trans at that time. That's what it's like. And then you crawl your way to HRT and you start looking a little bit attractive, and then suddenly everybody wants to talk to you. And then every time you do a new transitional thing, that happens more and more and more, and you feel yourself moving up through the class system, the appearance-based class system in our society. Nobody knows anything. That's why whenever I meet trans people, or people I think maybe are trans and need some help, I'm always like, here's information, because that stuff is life-saving in a very, very real and clear way. And like, I also, a lot of trans people I'm meeting have been openly trans and known what trans is way longer than me. And I realized, I'm like, oh, I really did live a very isolated and repressed life, which I knew from the inside, but like the extent of it, I'm like, oh no, I'm actually quite behind in a lot of these things. I, in a way, only really learned how to be trans, if that's such a thing, by stuff happening in like 2018. That's really recent. I'm 31. That's a lot of life to spend fucking around doing the wrong thing. And I'm very resentful for that having been taken away from me, and I have to not focus on that because that anger will destroy me or something. I just need to be happy and grateful for the stuff that I do have in the moment, in now. And like, I was feeling very depressed last week, and I'm not sure if that was just my period or because it's winter or both, because I am actually feeling a bit more like I can do anything. Oh, what was Gaming Fiend's question? I have a question, hope it's not too personal. When did you realize you were trans? Was it sudden realization or more of a gradual experience? It's both a sudden realization and a gradual thing. So the first thing that ever happened to me was when I was 6, I put on a pillowcase that was part of a Native American costume. My parents, but because it was kind of like a dress, I went, oh, I like this. I like that this area between my legs is free. It feels nice. This feels good. And then I went, but this is a shameful, wrong thing, and I'm going to put this away. How did a 6-year-old have that as a concept? What fucked up stuff happened to do that? Why did I feel shame about something? And as far as I know, I never had a conversation with anybody. At some point, I remember my mom had me read Bill's New Frog, which is an incredible story about being trans that's for kids. And I didn't get it then. And I wonder if maybe that was them testing to see if it was trans, but they don't seem to have a concept of it, so maybe not. And then persistently throughout my life, there was this feeling of like, I wish I could just get like a big latex suit that would make my body look different to how it looks, so I could be a woman, just as like a costume kind of thing. And also like a lot of trans women go through this, and people don't like to talk about it because there's so much like sexual discrimination for trans women and stuff. A lot of people go through it in a sort of sexual way because they'll dress up or they'll do something and they'll feel so much relief and such a relief of pressure that it's like it can be a sexual thing. But as time goes on, you explore that, it becomes less of a thing. Not necessarily in all cases. But that just kind of reiterated this idea in my head that this was a shameful thing, but I had no information. I thought it was just me. that was the only person that experienced this sort of thing. So I do things like I'd have longer hair, which I was very intensely, violently bullied for, and it was like this long. It was not even, it was like this. And I guess the closest concept to what a trans person was I had would be from like newspapers that would be like, oh, this is being trans is a terrible, shameful thing, but it was always presented as like a cross-dressing thing. And I remember I had a girlfriend bought me a skirt, and like I was not a good relationship partner to that person because I think they're probably the closest person who would have actually opened that up for me. And it wasn't until like maybe 2014. Maybe 2014. I think based on a t-shirt I had 2014, I had some weeds and went, hey, I want to dress up like a girl and do makeup, which is something I always wanted to do. And then I went, that's because you are a woman. That's because that's you. And I don't think I had the word trans, or maybe I did. But then, even then, for ages, I was still just kind of going, and started exploring it in the next relationship I had, which would be like 2015, 2016. Although she was kind of like, oh, it's just like cross-dressing, right? Like, you don't want to be this the whole time. Lots of sabotage from cis partners who actually don't want the best for you. They just want you aesthetically. Even though I'm hotter than I've ever been. And we've established, because I showed some pictures, I wasn't not hot as much as I thought I wasn't. I actually wasn't. It's fine, you know. So when was it really unlocked for me? So the thing is, so that partner did get me onto Tumblr, and Tumblr is the first place where I actually got an explanation of what being trans was, and I went, oh, that's me. But I still kind of wrestled around with the idea of like being agender or being non-binary or stuff. But it was basically in about 2016 and also 2018, there was a really big push for trans visibility, where it got to the point where you couldn't hide information about being trans anymore. And that's when I got such a firm idea of what that was. And that was when I was like, oh, I want to be out all the time. It was like 2018. There were also things like I went to the GPs and said, I think I'm trans. And they're like, oh, we probably have a leaflet somewhere. And then never even gave me a leaflet. There was a point in, I think, 2015. What was it, 8 years ago? 2016, where I actually asked to get referred to the GIC, even though I didn't know that's what I was asking for, and they said they would and then didn't. Although I think maybe, I don't know, I was just so put off by the GP. They asked really bad questions because the system's such a mess. They were like, I don't remember what the questions were. They were very, very dysphoria inducing. And then I didn't come back to get a blood test, which I think is what they probably would have been the next step for that. So whose fault is that? I blame them personally, but I feel responsible for that because I'm kind of like, but then the GIC waiting list is like 23 years. It wasn't so lockdown happened and I was like, okay, I'm gonna be changing my name, I'm gonna wear dresses all the time, etc, etc. I'm gonna stream and then people are gonna see my face, but I can't have them see my face without makeup, so I'm gonna keep doing makeup. And I wasn't necessarily very good at it, but because I kept practicing streaming, that became really, really helpful. But it wasn't until like people do not treat you well as a trans woman when you're just starting out. There's no one on your side, usually not even trans people. Treated bad. You're just treated bad. People will just dead name you all the time and misuse you and get away with it. People do this with all sorts of trans people, but like especially with that case, this is the loneliest and most difficult part of transition, is that first step where you openly acknowledge something that should be a very cool and amazing part of your life, and you lose like 50% of the people that you know. And then the people that are our friends, who, assuming you don't have any trans friends, which I didn't, are trying to be supportive whilst being fucking clueless at it, and usually not helping and like actually making things go backwards. So that's really difficult. And then it wasn't until, I guess I'd been streaming for like a year and a bit, and I'd already got massively ostracized for being trans in Livy's community and all sorts of stuff like that. It wasn't until basically I was like, oh, Steen's stream, I feel safe enough here, that my friend, who I'd already helped them learn that they were trans through one conversation, was like, listen, this is how to get HRT and buy it yourself. I was like, okay, I'm doing that. And then one of the big things about gender dysphoria is that it just persistently gives you depression all the time, or at least it did with me. So once I got about 6 months in, which is when HRT really kicks in, and it helped that it was summer as well, I was like, I just don't feel depressed anymore. And I remember when I started feeling depressed when I was 10. And what else do I remember about being 10? I remember feeling dysphoric about my crotch and being like, this isn't okay. This stuff's getting bigger and I don't like that. I'm not up for that. I'm like, oh fuck, that's what that was. I thought I was just a weird little pervert or something. No, I was experiencing dysphoria as a child, and that's when I started being depressed and going, oh, okay. But still, I wasn't really so into going outside because I had loads of facial hair, really thick facial hair that I got very early. So once I got laser hair removal, I was like, oh my god, I can go outside now. And it happened to be summer, and I happened to be this far into HRT and stuff. So it just absolute bliss. I could do anything. It wasn't until winter came back that I went back to like, okay, the regular cynicism that I'm used to. Yeah, so yeah, that's the whole history. Didn't want to pry too much. Nah, you can definitely pry. You can say stuff that other people wouldn't be allowed to say because you're my friend. But also, I think informing people is, because the biggest barrier for all of this at all times was that I didn't have the information to know. But I feel like many people in my life knew enough. I think maybe, you know, my parents could have been better. I think the schooling system probably would have known better. I think that the medical system, it's entirely possible that looked at me and went, oh, your mental health issue is that you're trans, but we don't do that, so we're just gonna trail off. I suspect. I don't know. So information's absolute gold, and you, as cis people, you can help with this as well. If you find resources, like proper resources, especially some of them in our Discord. For example, actually, is that the website? I spelled that correct. Gender this. Oh fuck, that's not it. Oh, it might be just gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria. .fyi. Is it that one? Yes. No? This one looks different. Did they change it? Oh no, yeah. That's the main. That's probably the best resource for teaching people what being trans and intersex and stuff is. But anytime there's any information like that, understand that people are constantly trying to erase it. And it's only because of the visibility of trans people that that's become harder to do, because people get caught red-handed a little bit more. But it still happens all the time. People are constantly erasing us, so that we won't know that we exist, because they think it's a choice. It's like a cultural thing. But like, I know how I felt my whole life. I know how miserable my childhood was. It wasn't. No one had given me any concept of what trans was. No one had explained that to me, and I was still miserable. But then you get the real fucking awful people who know that that stuff makes us miserable, and that is our intent, because they believe in the sort of fascist eugenic idea that is, you just keep killing the people you don't like, indefinitely, I guess, which is not a solution to anything. So the most upvoted comments in the Doctor's subreddit are looking horribly outdated with sexuality and gender identity, depressingly. My friend Ava got a printout when she was talking about voice training with GPs. They gave her this big sheet that was like, these are things you should do to be feminine, and one of the things said, women are more gullible than men. It was just like that. It was just so. It was so hostile, and it's so strange, because it was almost like someone had been told, like, all right, let's actually talk about this voice training stuff, and I'll do it, but I also hate women, and I'm not going to take this seriously, and I'm going to tell people just to do all the, like, how? I'm very angry about that process. I think Ava's going to do some stand-up about it, so I don't want to talk about it too much and, like, steal that, but, or like, just in general. What troubles me though is, like, if you're a good practitioner of medicine, you're gonna be up to date on what medicine is, right? So you're gonna know about tests and stuff, surely. So like, there is scientific data to support that trans people exist, and like, we very clearly have all this stuff. I know it took us a while to get out of it being a mental health condition and stuff, but scientifically that stuff is there, like the same stuff that says that COVID's real, and the same, like, you know, or like that people have bones. How can you call yourself a medical practitioner and actively defy science? It's like, it's such a responsibility that you've taken up to preserve life, and we've got such a clear one, right? It's so straightforward, and historically existed for a long time, and in other regions of the world there's more like information about it, and then to go, nah, actually I'm uncomfortable with it. Your people, you people have your fucking arms up to people's chest cavities, and there's blood and bile going everywhere, but you're like, oh no, I'm too uncomfortable to let a child not be miserable. Sorry, I just blamed the whole medical profession there, Haribo. You're obviously not on board with that stuff, but you'd be agreeing with what I say, I think, anyway. Never got taught any of that because trans healthcare wasn't thought about important enough to be taught to us. Even though HRT, even in its modern shape, predates heart surgery, right? But the thing is, it's set, the way they say it is they go, it's not important enough to be taught to you, but when it comes down to it, there'd be some bastard who specifically is like, no, I'm going to hurt these people. most of the people involved in stuff like that aren't necessarily that much of a bastard, but eventually there is, when you go down to it and you follow the money, eventually there's a bastard who does know better. I know about HRT for cis women. Yeah, it's a constant frustration and a big joke that we like to, me and local trans people go, if I was a cis woman, if I was a cis man, and I said, oh, something wrong with my hormones, they do a hormone test, and they go, oh, you need this, they would write a prescription, and I could walk out of HRT in the same hour. The waiting list for me to get approval from a separate group of doctors who I guess have some knowledge but not enough, have to approve, despite needing a diagnosis of gender dysphoria or whatever to get to be there in the first place. The waiting list for them even to talk about giving me HRT is 23 years. I have to stop moving when I say stuff like this, because I've never been more violently angry about something, because there's such a clear treatment in their hands. HRT is very basic, it's not dangerous despite what they say, and the ways it's supposed to be dangerous are trackable, fixable with better HRT. And also, you can just stop doing it at any time. If it's causing you issue, you can just stop it. There's no... I have heard people say that they get withdrawal from being off estrogen patches, but it's not like, it's not really like a drug. It's more like you start getting like hot flushes and stuff. There's no way that that's just because people don't know. It's because of a bastard. The current bastard is Rishi Sunak, who's like, you're a man or a woman, it just makes sense. It's not, no, that you're actively defying the truth, like, completely. Puberty blockers in the oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, HRT for teenagers, cis teenagers, that's easily accessible. You can get fucking implants if you're 13, that's easily accessible. But for us, no. No, we have to wait and wait and wait and wait. And this is a thing, this is a very particularly, I know it's like a British thing, very particular nastiness that goes, well, you only have so many years in the world, so if we just keep you waiting, maybe you'll give up, or you'll stop existing, and then the problem has gone away. It's like that for mental health as well. It's like that for disability as well. If we just put you on a waiting list, you'll agree with that and you'll just comply because it's coming. It's coming. No, we're not blocking you. It's coming. The waiting list is getting longer and longer and longer. Currently in your area, just to talk to someone about gender dysphoria, not to even talk about getting HRT, just taking that first step is a 3-year wait if you're already in the wait list. I get so irrational. I want to destroy things with my bare hands. I want to become evil and force people to give us the same right that is given to 99% of the population. Well, it's not, but let's say that it is. I want to snap my desk in half. I want to smash up the GP receptionist. I want to hurt people. Not really, but that's how angry I get. Because you're just killing us. You're just killing us. There's nothing to be gained from it. You know, I hate the thing of protecting children. I was never protected as a child. I was just held against the fire and got, all right, see if you can survive, see if you can survive. We're gonna put you in the most painful situations that we can. And it turns out they're all related to transphobia anyway. We're gonna have the most miserable experience and you're gonna have to conform or else. Oh, other kids will beat you up and we'll watch and we'll let it happen because we think that's acceptable because it's the society that we're in. Because compassion and caring about children is only so long as it aligns with our political values. It doesn't matter if a child cries or dies even. That doesn't apply anymore. because we're uncomfortable with it. And again, like, kids have nappies. That's pretty uncomfortable. There's shit everywhere. That's way worse. It's just. I'm almost seeing. I have to calm down. Hang on.
Meat more.
Thank you for the follow so much, trailers. Let me just have a little meditative. Actually, let me get out of the water. Let's just have a little meditative moment. Just.
Welcome aboard.
Because I am gonna start yelling. Just like, just like screaming, basically. I don't know why I'm doing this with my hands. Okay, alright, I'm fine now. How they justified the decades like budget cuts? Yeah. But then the budget does exist. It's just in a billionaire's hands, right? God, I do feel a bit lightheaded actually. Big trash panda hugs, Rosie. Thank you. Sorry if I missed anybody's chat in the depths of that. Please feel free to talk to me about the Transit Bones. Hi, WeChip. No, transphobes would have you think so. Because they keep saying, oh, your bone structure actually is determined of your gender, which is not true. Any archaeologist will tell you that. We've assigned gender to a lot of skeletons because of that assumption. It's not true. Thank you for the hugs, or I believe the love. That looks cute. Oh, it's a little mutt. It's a little pink mutt. That's nice. Thank you for that. No, yeah. But actually, the thing is, estrogen does make your hips move in a maybe permanent way. So actually, even if the gender essentialism of skeletons was real, they would still identify me as a woman. So. Based on that anyway, which is usually the way that people do that, but it's not true. Your bones are just your bones. You inherited them. My family's quite broad. That's taken as a gender marker. It fucks me up a lot when I see very skinny people, but you know, broad shoulders. To be honest, my family do have big chins. Even my sister's got a big chin, like, so the problem is, that's the thing with passing, is like you could, well, cis women can have mustaches and broad shoulders and husky voices and be tall and have big feet and have pointy genitals and have a big jaw and have a big nose and have a big forehead and have a receding hairline and have hair all over their body and have depression. And I'm like, yes, but I can't have more than one of those at once, and really I can't even have one if I want to be regarded as feminine. The pressure is so intense. Part of the reason that there's so many skinny trans women is because they all have horrendous eating disorders, which mine is getting worse because of the pressure to be feminine in order to be safe. Imagine that because they might have lots of other general endocrine work commitments, as this enough gender specialized endocrinologists. It's just, I mean, if they can give HRT to like cis people, you just go, the hormone level should be this. You don't have this. Here's the thing. I can do that, I feel like. I don't even feel like I need any medical research. So, like, but you'd probably be able to say more specific about that as well. Well, there's no gender specialized endocrinologists because they don't teach them, right? I guess. There's a great video on the expert site that showed the same face lit from two angles and asked people to identify which was a man and woman. No one gave the same answer and everyone's surprised they were the same person. Yeah, also, here's a dysphoria trick. Don't use your camera to look, your phone camera to look at yourself to determine your face and how you feel. Use a solid mirror, a physical object, because almost every camera app program slightly distorts your face. This is also something they told me for the... I'm supposed to be taking pictures of my face so we can figure out how to do face surgery on it. Because it's something that gives me so much dysphoria that I can't function. Sorry, I was burping there. That wasn't emotional. I was just burping. They basically are like, you have to do it from this place and you have to do these angles because the phone will fuck up what you actually look like and give you a different perspective. That's why you look 29% hotter in a mirror than a phone. Yeah, no, the phones are I was reading articles about just how extensive the issue was, I think, in Indonesia, where a lot of people were getting surgery to look in a certain way whilst they were looking on their phone, or at least that was the explanation that was given. I don't know if it's as straightforward as that, because that's kind of discounting like the legacy of colonialism a little bit, although they did mention it. But I think that's probably more of the reason than the phone camera, but maybe there's something to that. I love starting something assertively and then ending it with like, probably not true. Probably a load of junk, but I heard this. I think it's good to do that. I think it's good to source your information. I keep annoying my boyfriend because he'll tell me a story and I'll say, what's your source on that? And he'll say, I no idea. But then sometimes he'll say, no, I've read about it in this thing, and I go, good job. Good job, guys. We're supposed to be making some... I keep making supplies. I keep running about. We don't have any fish to eat. But yeah. Don't use your phone camera as a vision of your beauty. You can trick it and you can make it look good, but always remember it is not a mirror. It is a camera. And also, there's a lot about lenses and stuff. I think they're putting loads of lenses on the back of cameras, mostly so that they can get more accurate pictures if they need to fucking steal your phone with whatever fucking technology they have. Stingray, or whatever it's called. And take pictures without your permission, and they'll be more accurate because they want to scan everyone and surveil them all the time. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, no, the other thing, even intentionally or not, what lens you have affects what kind of pictures you can take. That's a basic photography thing, right? Although I did realize this, I did some amateur photography, I guess. I did some photography. I took some pictures, let's not be pretentious, of some flowers, and I was noticing, I was like, oh no, I am kind of seeing what difference like a different lens would make if I did have it. So as cool as it is to take loads of pictures with my phone, I'm not necessarily getting the best results. So a lot of fun facts, this probably isn't true. I mean, it's good to go like, I don't know where this is from, but I heard this, because instead of just saying this is true and then giving that person that same assumption, you've built in that healthy cynicism already. Oops. It's possible to be too cynical about information. Having a source always makes me feel so smug. Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially when someone says something bullshit and you go, no, it was on this date. A lot of things with when I'm refuting people's misconceptions about medieval history because of fascist revisionists. My favorite one is to tell people about the Crusades in regards to a church record that I read. Was it Sussex or Surrey or something? Basically, it was just a record of births and deaths, and then when the crusade starts, it's just a fucking solid, continuous line of like multiple pages of died in crusade. I'm like, I didn't even know that many people lived there, and it just kind of that record and that reflection of death is like really goes to show that it was a miserable, fucked up thing that happened that hurt and killed loads of people. And I mean, even today, issues in what we call the Middle East is not a thing. It's some of it's North Africa, some of it is West Asia, some of it conceivably could be considered Europe, and if you historically in terms of who's affecting what. But a lot of big reason why we're fucking around in that area and messing it up is because of the Crusades, because of Europe's identity being tied into all this stuff, you know. Anyway, many are saying this. I lose my mind when people use anecdotal stuff as fact. I used to do this it's good to not be in this habit, because you'll go, wow, did you hear about this story? It's really funny. So basically this anti-Semitic guy thought that there was some anti-Semitic things happening, and it turned out he was right. Whoa. Like, you end up just doing that. You end up just repeating bullshit without even questioning it. I think of some stuff, I'm not going to repeat, just awful things that I remember that I said, completely unchallenged. And then, like, what's my source? Actually, a big one fairly recently I caught myself out with is going around and saying, oh yeah, European people, because they drink so much alcohol, have more of a resistance to it. This is not true. This is a sort of genetic essentialism bullshit that goes, oh, the reason that Native Americans had so much trouble with alcohol is because they just genetically were inferior. Once I read that, and I was like, oh, because I didn't have a source for that information. It was just a story that I was heard. I was without realizing it, essentially spreading a eugenicist lie. That's a real fucking shitty, bad thing to do, intentionally or otherwise. You gotta have responsibility for that sort of stuff. That's why you gotta either know what the source is or know that you don't know it. Knowing that you don't know stuff is a very honorable thing. Something I get praised a lot for recently, and I didn't used to be like this, I trained myself to become this better person, is people say, shit, what do they say? Oh, people say that I own up to mistakes really quickly, which I'm like, thank you, I'm so glad that's true, because my concept of that is not like that at all. But I mean, like, the only thing like that makes it, if you fuck up, if you then try and conceal it and pretend it didn't happen, that's sort of worse than fucking up, right? Because that's now you're willfully doing it. No source, that's right, the shrine's coming down. What's the sourceless thing that you can, I mean, there's lots of things that are like opinions and stuff that you can say, and that's fine. Sourceless stuff. Sorry, I'm trying to get back into the voice again. I didn't apologize. Stop apologizing. Just be kind to yourself. Just be nice and patient with you. The same patience, dude. The patience that you would give other people, unless you're an asshole, give to yourself. Give that patience to yourself. I'm quite a patient person with other people, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it 10 of them or is it 8? I forget. Being able to stop and look inward to fix yourself is a huge green flag. I like that people have been saying green flags a lot lately. Because I think it's funny. I have a green flag, yeah! That undoes all the bad stuff now. I remember my ex had this very funny joke where every time I would say something that could be misconstrued as a red flag, she would tap her Apple Watch and go, oh, that's another red flag, and it would up a counter. And I was like, that's really funny, but at some point we got to stop telling that joke. I just like, that's a red flag. No, it was funny. I don't think we have enough titanium, you know. That's lead. We finally burned through our stores of titanium. Okay, well, fastest way to do that is just get big chunks of metal. And it takes a lot of work, but it's easy to humble yourself. I think what the most helpful thing in terms of that is learn to laugh at yourself. Usually when I fuck up in a really bad way, my immediate reaction is to start laughing, because it's so funny. Like, you really pooped up this time. That's the wrong one. Metal salvage, there we go. That's easy to find. It's got lots of titanium in it. Purpose talked a lot about that the words we say are self-train our brain to believe that they're true. Okay. I'm a kind person. I'm nice. People like me. I'm successful in my endeavors. Oh, that's affirmations, isn't it? I do have a cynicism. My sister says I'm not cynical enough, my younger sister. And my response to that was like, I think if anything I'm not cynical, and then I think if anything I'm too cynical. But it depends what situation. There's some stuff where I'm just like, let's just run into this. And sometimes I lean into that a bit, because I think that people can get overcautious, and sometimes it's okay to do dangerous things. But people just interpret that as me not knowing, and I'm just like, oh, I'll just let them think that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, affirmations. Yeah, no, there is a thing sometimes of like, well, it's just bullshit words, right? Which as a poet, as a writer, I met a poet today. I met a trans woman. She's in her 50s, and that's the second or third time this happened to me, and I'm like, oh my god, I love you, tell me everything, tell me all the secrets. Very cool person. And she just sat and she read me some of her poetry, and some of it was really like, oh gosh. And that was a fun experience. I did that today. That's one of the reasons I'm so cheerful today, because that was a great experience. We sat and we had some coffee. She paid for my coffee, even though I had the tiniest coffee. And I was just like, this is a good experience, and I need to take this seriously, and I need to not just. I used to be very cynical about poetry, and I'm like, just listen and feel these words, and feel this moment, and be in the present in this moment, and like pay attention. Don't just start to to phase out, like really enjoy it and absorb it, and I had a fucking great time. It was amazing. Hey, I'm drinking coffee over here. I had the tiniest espresso ever, and it was like £2, and it was just a squirt. So it's nice that she paid for that. That fucking tiny coffee. When they gave it me, they were like, it's an Italian one. I hope that's okay. It's small as fuck. I knew what an espresso looked like, but if you're having to apologize when you serve a drink to someone, like maybe you should get some free nuts with it or something, you know? What time is it? Now we're good. I'm gonna hang out with someone who is friends with someone who was friends with the person that read poetry, and may also be friends with her as well. I don't know. And we're gonna hang out, and she might glue my fucking boots back together. What? Sorry, my friend was telling me. My friend's having a hard day. My best friend, and I'm trying to be a good friend by paying attention. Yeah, no, I learned so much about coffee when I heard that potentially Starbucks will pay for private insurance for medicine. They don't do that in the UK, so I ended up learning loads of stuff about coffee. Which means, like, I kind of understand how all of the coffees are constructed. Oh, something I'm learning, which I was talking about before. I'm trying to learn Arabic, and I only did 2 lessons, which lasted like 20 minutes. But they just talk about like how lots of Arabic's constructed as like these 3 bits, like did or something, which I didn't really understand. But they talk about like the masculine and feminine. So they go, you say ana goi when you in the masculine, which is I'm coming. You have to say the 2 Y's, and then the feminine is ana goya, which is I'm coming. That's all that means. But that was really interesting because they were talking about how there's different names and how they have masculine and feminine forms and stuff like that. But I saw, and this wasn't Arabic, it's Portuguese, Fatima, and I was like, oh, the masculine form of that would be Fatima, and I just had that thought in my head, which is very interesting because there's an understanding of Arabic. Because then I go, oh well, they would have a kind of Arabic shape words, right? Because of the history of Andalusia and the Umayyad Sultanate, whatever it was called, the Arabian Spain from the pre-medieval times into the medieval times until being completely destroyed by the end of the medieval times, unfortunately. I was like, oh, okay. So, and that's the whole point of these lessons, is that they're like, it's gotta be. I should post it in the great links. I put so many links in today. Can I scroll up and see it? I post. No, it's gone. Oh shit! But I did find Spike's post that I had somehow missed, which was timeline of the far future. Oh yeah. You've quoted stuff from this. All of the planets exploding and running out of energy. No, it's cool though, because I always have been like, I think I've got like dyslangular, like I can't really learn languages because of the way that it's like a caliphate. That was it. The way that stuff's repeated is like difficult for me. But they're specifically like, no, that's the industrial way of educating, and we don't do that. We're gonna give you an understanding. And the fact that I did the intro plus the other 20 bits that was for free. There's more that I haven't listened to. And like, and already I'm like, oh, no, I'm already processing Arabian words because of this understanding that was given to me. Lead and glass, that's what we need. Oh, great company. Starbucks. Yeah, no. No, especially because they were like, oh, no, we like apartheid. And then lost 11 billion, at least 11 billion from boycotts. McDonald's also is in the bin. I think Coca-Cola is, but I forgot how many things are owned by Coca-Cola, so I accidentally broke that a couple of times. lead, glass. There we go. That's what we need. Yeah, but there's also, so there's a thing of, I wanted to learn a language that a decent number of other people spoke, and I wanted it to, if possible, to be less colonial than like English, which could be any language really. Not that like the spread of Arabic definitely was a like imperialist thing, right? But in terms of like our status and where we live in this environment, it's like in England it's not. So I was like, okay, I will get to presumably talk to a lot of people if I embrace this, and that seems fun and cool. But there's also the thing of like, I can only you know, learning stuff about medieval history. If you're learning about Europe, you're sort of not learning it. The biggest player in medieval history, if we want to take a very sort of like narrow view of that, is the Arabian Empire, which was enormous and was making huge scientific like understandings and like medicine and all of these things, right? But you're not gonna get good information about that from just realized what we've done wrong here. Information from Wikipedia, certainly. Wikipedia will only give you a white, straight European perspective, and even then it still misses out loads of information. It's a good place to start if you want to know if something exists or not, but there's so much information missing, so I'm like, okay, if I want to learn more about this, I want to get into this, I probably should start learning Arabic. It seems like a good idea. The other one that I was potentially thinking was the majority Chinese one. Is that Mandarin? Is the main one? There's, with both of those in Sheffield, there's plenty of people that I could speak to either way. I imagine to probably get more people with Mandarin than Arabic, but I actually don't know if that's true. I think there's maybe more of that perception. People get a bit weird, right? Because we're a university city and nothing else. And a lot of university students are Chinese because they send them to England to get university education, which is considered globally important and whatever. And also like the class system in China is changing. There's like more middle class people, so there's like a big influx of people. So because of that number of people, there will be things that help support, right? Like there's like more Chinese shops and stuff and supermarkets and stuff, and some of the buildings even have stuff written in Mandarin as well. People get very weird about that. Get very weird. Now there is some stuff, people will use comparisons to other situations that are not the same. Like there's like apparently in Zimbabwe and stuff, there's loads of Mandarin and Chinese that's been added in, that's taking away the existing language and road signs and stuff, like being used in a colonial way, right? You know, China's still an empire, and people will go, that's the same as these people in England. I mean, no, fuck off. Let us just have some nice dumplings together. Very welcome to speak Mandarin with me, even though I speak at like a P4 level. I'm so bad at languages, but I will take any opportunity to learn. I just assumed I was bad at it because I never had the right way to learn. And now I'm starting to think maybe it's just this website, right? And he has a Mandarin society as well. Oh, nice. More people to talk to, because people are so interesting. Why would I restrict myself to English? The hardest, like the most bullshit language. Maybe not the hardest, but the most bullshit language. Enforced on the largest number of people. What are we scanning for? Fragments? You know, I don't think we'll see any. And then we're gonna take a trip to the other base. And then I need to go into a new biome, I think. We've been doing this for more than 3 hours and we've done fuck all. Right, let's go get this fragment, and then I think maybe I want to journey in Anchorbal's direction. Although we could go to Life Pod 19 actually. Watch us discover the thing that we need in there. Trying to learn Tagalog. Definitely struggling with the syntax of it. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is, but I'm intrigued. Chasing down the radios. Yeah, no, that makes sense, because that's basically the progression, right? Oh fuck, I don't have any food or water. We'll be fine. We won't. We need to catch some fish right now. Here we go. We need to catch them with flames. There we go. Eat, eat.
Vital signs.
Come back.
Stabilizing.
There we go. Come back. There we go. Yeah, just shove those in your gob.
Vital signs. Stabilizing.
Yeah, we really do need water. Whatever. We'll make a quick trip. Oh fuck. That's not what I thought that was.
Seek fluid intake.
I know. No, let's go back and pick up our water. This is ridiculous. We're not even that far away, and there's like so much water in the base. All the best. Yeah. Oh, Filipino. Nice. Tagalog is the primary language of the Philippines. My partner's family is from there. I dated someone whose family was from there. But I don't know how much they knew because they didn't live there that long. But certainly seeing their perspective on like British culture from their direction, I was like, that's really enlightening. It's very interesting. I'm always up for learning. I'm always up for learning how shit we are, because it's a responsibility, right? But also there'll be loads of little things. Like if you go to another country that's got even a slightly different culture, you really it really opens your eyes to how many things that we do that are just decisions and are not. We don't do them because they're the best thing to do. They're just decisions that we make, and some of them aren't even cultural. I mean, they are obviously, but like they don't need to be. But that's really cool. I think like it's really hard because personally I think British imperialism, and especially when it comes to language, meant that language teaching in the education system, or at least in my education system, was not as well supported. So like if I really pushed, you know, with all the issues that I had, I probably could have learned some French, and that's it. And I don't know. Bonjour, je m'appelle Rosemary. I would say j'ai en ans, but that's not true. I'm not 11. Je ne comprends pas. It's just there we go. I don't understand. Français, la foolish. I don't know. Any other French I know? I know about as much Danish, and I never went to school for that. I know how to say foul things in Serbian because I had a Serbian friend, but that's neither here nor there. I've not retained anything. How much German do I know? Guten Tag. Du hast mich. Scheißekraft. Ja, bitte? There we go. That's probably all the German. I probably some other words I know. Do you remember a bit of Esperanto? Milaboris and la officio? Yeah, the language that's supposed to replace all other languages. And I remember one of the things that they were like really defensive about was people like, you can't tell jokes in Esperanto though. No, just because our language is trying to make sure there's no confusion in it whatsoever doesn't mean there can't be jokes about confusion, actually. And I was just like, maybe it was just the website I was looking at, but it just seemed to be very like defensive of Esperanto and not so much talking about like maybe the benefits of it as much. But I don't know, that was just my reading of it. I didn't know any Esperanto. Does anyone actually speak Esperanto as a first language? Because I assume that the answer is 0, right? Oh shit, I'm gonna text. That might mean we have to end the stream soon if that's the case. Okay. Okay, no, we got a little bit of time. Right, okay, my friend didn't know that they needed to charge their vape, and they were like, this ran out so quickly, and I'm like, yeah, because it's a battery. You gotta charge it. And they're really sad about it, and I'm like, no, you just charge it. You slept for an entire semester of French in high school. So in secondary school, I was told we were going to maybe learn German, but we learned French because they had French teachers and they didn't do German. And I don't think, whilst one of the guys that taught it knew German, I don't think he'd ever been paid for that. I don't think that was a service that the school provided. And I was so upset that we were instead learning French. But I don't know if that affected my ability to take it seriously. It was just a really underfunded school, and like just very sweaty rooms that weren't fun to be in. They weren't even sweaty, but you know how sweat just, maybe it's just me, but how sweat makes things worse. Just like that, without actually being sweat. It's probably dusty if anything. And yeah, no, the grade that I got when we started was higher than the grade when we finished, despite year 7, year 8, year 9 doing French. And then they're like, well, you can only pick 3 subjects, so French is going away now. You have to pick French if you want to keep doing French. I'm like, I don't even want to be at this school or any school. Why didn't I just stop going to... I mean, I kind of did in the sense that my disability got so bad that I physically couldn't go to school. But why didn't I just fucking wander out into the world and never come back, you know? Why did I keep going to that fucking awful violent place? Even when it wasn't violent, it was still so full of bullshit. It got a lot better. It wasn't enough. Ooh, hello. I'm seeing things I've not seen before. Bonk. What was that? There it is. A ruby? Oh shit, I've just not explored here, have I? Because I've just been like, this is the wrong way. But look, all the joy and wonder here.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I remember drawing pictures of Mr. Peanut Head. I think it's just Mr. Peanut, but in a different country. And I remember oh shit, that's right, yeah. This submarine can only go so far. Oh, but my human body can go further for some reason, even though... Ah, no, never mind. Ow, ow, ow.
Greatly decreased.
Oh, that's because of that. Right. Show me what's down here. Is it mushrooms? 'Cause I need those. Yeah, who needs a sub when you've got this body? Got heat vents, got weird balls. There's this underwear company that I was getting. Oh, it's one of you. Hang on. You wanna keep fucking off? There you go. Oh wait, shit, hang on. No, my axe. It's been, whatever the fuck it's called. My dagger. Where did it go? I dropped it and I picked up a fish. Where is it? Is that it? What? Okay. Oh, it disappeared. Okay, right. I did lose. I did lose my precious and important knife though. If anyone, it looked like it just clipped through the ground and never came back. I'm hoping that's not the case. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Right, let's ascend. Stab it with a fish. Oh, I nearly did. It's the deepest you've gone. Is it? Okay. Actually, where's my sea moth? Wait, it's all the way over there? There you go. Violence is never the answer. What if the question is, what's the most direct way to hurt someone? I'd probably hurt their feelings, right? Faster to say an insult than it is to swing a punch. Depends on the insult, actually. Your insult is just like a slur or something. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at slurs. I was going to say one, as in I've reclaimed one that I can reclaim, and then I fought better against it. I'm not a horrible monster, I promise. Whee! Okay, I mean, that was cool. We found a ruby. I'm not really sure what I do with that, but I am getting the impression maybe that exploration is a little bit of the answer, right? Well, of course it is. It's an exploring game. Yeah, answer to the age-old question: what starts with V and ends with islands? Viadalians, the name of my island where I live. I mean, given that if you know the history that I know, see, I actually don't have a source for this that I've been saying a lot, but the first usage of the word Europe is after a genocide, a racist genocide, which was like a new thing for Europe outside of Greece. Given that Europe means white supremacy, Britain mean violence. Like, we're just gonna name them like that. Okay, this seems slightly deep.
Warning.
I live in Violence Island. I'll never forget, actually, and I don't know if this is a common term among Irish revolutionaries, but watching The Wind That Shakes the Barley, and Cillian Murphy describes the British flag as being the butcher's apron, and I'm like, oh fuck, it is though. Ooh, hello. What's this? Ultra high capacity tank. Okay. That's good. That's useful for me. That's a torch. Where's my scanner? There it is. Oh, there's a thing here. Abandoned PDA. I wonder if I should. The PDAs will have like lost information of like. Oh, hello.
30 seconds.
I know.
Keen, this is Aurora. Come in.
Oh, it's the old guy.
Pod detached to a Cape planet fall in 30 seconds. The computer has identified a landmass at the attached coordinates. I want you to regroup the crew there. Understood, but they are your responsibility now.
Okay.
Don't let them down. Captain, you need to evacuate. Negative. You'll need the ship in one piece if you're going to contact HQ on the long range. I'm attempting a controlled descent.
Okay.
Captain?
So that's the captain of our spaceship, right? Either that or he's just some like nautical guy that we decided to come along. A landmass. We've been on a landmass. A few socialists who end up joining UKIP used to describe it as a butcher's apron as well. But
Warning. Maximum depth.
but their symbol is often the British flag, right? I mean, more so with the BMP, but they're kind of the same. As the BMP fell apart, the UKIP got more constructed. Vehicle upgrade console.
Acquired. Passing 200.
I mean, having the Seamoth have extra depth would actually be extremely useful. So, max heading. We probably will stop soonish. Maybe we can make this building? Wherever it is? Medication station? Hang on. Codes and clues? Oh, I didn't even... We'll look at that later.
Diversity in this region is unusually low. Cause unknown.
Scanner room, plant pot, modification station, we already got that. Where's this other thing then? That we just learned? I mean, Seamoth is lit up again. Is that because we can upgrade it now? Oh. Moon pool out. Okay, we would need to build a moon pool. Okay. It's part of the moon. Yeah, okay. Damn it. I really want a moon pool. When I say moon pool, I always think of Moon Cup. I remember there was a huge thing. We don't know what a Moon Cup is. It's instead of potentially risking toxic shock or whatever the fuck is going on with a lot of sanitary products, you instead get a big rubber cup and it takes all the menstrual blood. And it was really fashionable, I guess, at one point. But anytime anything is like moon whatever, I think Moon Cup. So if I think of the card company Moonpig, mooncup.com. No, I kept doing, because my girlfriend at the time wanted one, but she felt kind of like, I don't know, like she needed some enthusiasm, so I just ended up becoming like a big Moon Cup enthusiast and be like, yeah! Why's this not opening? Is it out of battery? It is, isn't it? Oh. I guess we'll take the battery out of...
seconds.
Oh shit, okay, I'm gonna die, so let's first get inside here. Moon Cup. No, I just ended up getting really enthusiastic about stuff like that. Did it help? I don't know. Right, take this battery. This is my body. And take this laser cutter. That is my blood. And jam them together. What's that?
Passing 200 meters.
Why's that so white?
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Oh, I was really hoping that was the material I needed. You know, the aerogel. Ooh, hello. I think we've already learned this one. Oh no, we've learned it now.
New blueprint acquired.
Acquired. This is a good spot to have stumbled upon, right? Normally I feel like I would have to scan to get to this. Get in. Open this. Please unseal it. There we go.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Ooh, reinforced dive suit.
New blueprint
Notification
acquired.
station fragment.
Oxygen.
Yeah, oxygen. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I forgot about the. I needed to recharge. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just calmly die. I forgot to refill the oxygen tanks. But the thing is, they can't take that knowledge away from me, though. Presumably, there's a new thing we can do at the modification station that makes the oxygen tanks bigger. That's like the 5th or 6th death in the game. I haven't actually been tracking it, and I probably should have, because that could have been fun for everybody. But maybe the true fans. I don't even know what was taken from me. Rizzy's died 0 times. I didn't realize I'd added that in. Ooh, hello. Oh, it's all this stuff. Okay. I mean, the Seamoth is fucking miles away from here. Enhances diving depth to maximum, does not stack. That's easy enough to make. Excuse me. Lithium. Let's get some do we? Wait, I don't think we have any lithium. No, we don't. Unless it's in here. No. No. No, okay, so no lithium anywhere, fantastic. But that's cool stuff. If we can have a Seamoth at the bottom, we can take it everywhere, I guess. And if we can...
I'm a big wizard.
I'm a big wizard. Tend to use all the minerals. You tend to lose all the minerals. I assume that's what happened. Diamond synthetic fibers that we don't know how to make. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to get more of a feel. We found new progression. We found new places to go, and I was kind of a bit confused about where to go. But obviously following the radio is always a good idea. But I guess what we do is we... Oh, speaking of which.
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up.
Okay.
We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted.
500 meters.
Signal location uploaded.
I am an actor who works in London. This is the only voice we're allowed to have. I mean, I don't know what her thing is. I don't mean to make fun of a fellow actor. Let's get his Seamoth back. Yeah, if we get the depth upgrades, and then that's like the next thing to do, right? Go into the depths. Sounds like Daisy Ridley. Might be. There's only so many voice actors. To be honest, let's refill our oxygen. Actually, didn't refill it. Wait, how did I get 0? Wait, I switched to an oxygen tank with no oxygen in it, and it gave me some oxygen. don't like this. I can't see anything.
30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, switch that one back. Oh, it's way down there, isn't it, huh?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Good thing I'm not scared of this in any way. Good thing my heart rate is the same as it was before. That would be a good thing to have. I think if this game was a bit scarier, maybe. Heart rate monitor.
30 seconds.
Problem is, I feel like to have a heart rate monitor, I have to give all my information to like Apple or something, and prefer not to. Found some dregs that, yeah, just scraped, got in like a scraper and scraped it out. Right. Wait, we can get back to exploring this thing.
Warning. Maximum depth
Ooh.
reached. Hull damage imminent.
Passing 200 meters.
Let me
Oxygen
open this.
efficiency
Wait,
greatly
is this that?
decreased.
That's not what that does. Why did you do that? Just wasting precious battery. Hello. You get in here? Oh! You drop all the stuff that... Okay. I didn't know it worked like that. Oh, I dropped a fucking battery. I guess you can lose actual useful resources then. I think I might have done everything in here though. Oh. Well done dying. Well done completing this dungeon and immediately dying. It's like the first one you do in Skyrim and you just Fusradar, but then you just implode. Well done, Dragonborn. You can now Fusradar. That's what they said in the Skyrim game. Aurora Rendezvous Point. Oh, maybe we'll check that out. I do have to go soon though. Because I gotta change my makeup because I'm going out with my friend who is very nice and keeps giving me drugs. We're just wondering. Well, maybe more. I don't know. We've had conversations about HRT and stuff. So this is the rendezvous point. Why? Ancient floater. I hate that. If it's brown, flush it down stuff. Because I'm like, no, flush everything in the toilet. I'm very serious about this. So this island is floating, huh? That seems dangerous. If it's yellow, also flush it. It needs to be down a drain. It doesn't matter which one, because they all go the same way. These look fairly Earth-like.
Picking up multiple energy signatures on the island's
Grub
surface.
basket. Indigenous life form grub basket. Bulbo tree, we've already seen it. A voxel shrub. It's very pointy. But I'm also kind of like, who's named these? Is this me? My character has named this. Got head crabs again. Got a Jaffa cup. Gives me. They're like head crabs, but they just walk towards your feet. Please fix yourself. No, I should do that. That's true. Instructions unclear. Flush your earbuds. That fell in once again. Oh god, I've never had earbuds because it did seem like, well, why would we get away the 3.1 jack? It's the greatest invention of human music history, except for maybe fibers, I guess, for making strings. A lot of things to scan here. Oh. Land in the sewers and mutate into a vile poop tech hybrid. Yeah, that's how it works. You just throw enough technology together. Can we... Is there a light on this thing? No. See, that looks scannable to me, but apparently it's not interesting enough for it to be scanned. Oh shit. Hello. Looks like someone found a way to break the build limit. Let's Skyrim our way up there. It's like these are just ferns, you know, I'm like, I'm sorry, another planet also has ferns. That's such a huge discovery. Nah, don't scan it. Why would we need to scan it? Bulkhead. I hear something crumbling. And it makes me worried that there's like a big boulder monster that's gonna come in. What's in here? Disinfected water. Ooh, observatory. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, so I guess they just keep giving you new habitat pieces as you find these radio things. Cause yes please. Indoor grow bread. Yes please. Lantern tree. Yes please. With the airbots belching foul air wherever we go to seek bids. Sick beats. I want to hear some seek beats now. Lantern fruit. Can we take that? Eat that, drink that, and take one. Oh, it's edible. Oh, it's like oh shit! Eat it all. It's like, this is the rarest fruit on the entire planet. Like this is the only source of it. I'm just like, ah yeah, chocolate. I think it is just meant as a food though. It's like I've just cost the company like, oh here's a fin, trillions and trillions. Which, I mean, to be fair, I would be in this situation. I think if your life is in danger, you don't have to obey rules. Really, you know, up to a point. If your big Amazon company has dropped you in like another planet and you've died, how are these all rusted already? Just how long was I in the fucking habitat thing for? Whatever it's called. I get a proper base. Yeah, it is weird. I guess it makes sense in the way the context of the game is done. But like, as soon as I got building, I was like, oh, I'm gonna make big shapes. So it probably gets better that it doesn't do that. Because then you get overwhelmed of choice. But other people do, I don't. Because I'm cool. Chinese potato? Marble melon? Oh, good. I got shorter then, which I guess I'd be okay with that now that I think about it. That's apparently a wall plant here. Hang on, can we get inside? No. Can we get the head crab? The feet crabs are after me. I don't want to be defeated. Multi-purpose room, yeah. Marble melon, best melon. These folks are from a different ship. Wait, what? I thought it was from my ship. I didn't know this. See, that's a whole different story now. Been crashing here repeatedly. Oh, what? That was very weird the way that worked. I teleported down with no indication. Yeah, well, look. That's not normal. Ooh, battery. No, I just want... Damn. Oh, an achievement. Seaside living with an ocean view. Find the Degassi habitat on the float. Oh. What? I'm confused. I thought the Degassi was a thing already. Whatever. What was that? I saw something scannable for a second. A spotlight. Any other exterior goodies that I've missed? I hate to think that there's someone like this I've been before and there's something that I didn't scan, but I'm pretty thorough. I have the ability that directors has. Ah, fuck off. Should I supposed to take the melon with me? Ah! Go away! Mean. A lot of things. So something I kind of like about the combat is that most of the stuff is just like a nuisance in the way that I think would more accurately reflect it. There's a lot of games that when you come into contact with animals, or just really anybody, that they just enter a brutal fight to the death, even if they're very obviously losing it, and they're still like, yeah! Which doesn't, that's not what conflict is like. Even if you look at it through the history of warfare, killing all of your opponents, very, very new thing. We're talking like Vietnam War kind of 20th century sort. Well, I mean, there were lots of things in the 20th century where that happened that I forgot to mention, but even then, you're not really shooting to kill. But the history of warfare is you're trying to scare your opponents into leaving so that you have control. You have seized the thing that they have. So loads of stuff is not about killing people, it's just about scaring them. And you know, war is bad, universally. Maybe not so much if you're escaping something, but that's, you know, war was still involved in that process. But I'd see older types, culturally older sort of war behaviors are much more on you killing less people and scaring more people. Hence, like, you know, people fighting naked and stuff. Just trying to scare the other people into leaving, I guess.
Integrating new
If you play a Total War game, you'll know all about that. Oops. Unless it's like Warhammer Total War, in which case all bets are off. I swear there was another one of these somewhere. You want Aurora Degassi separate? Oh, okay. I just thought for some reason we'd named... See, if I'd read some of the things, maybe I would have some notion of this, but that doesn't make good streaming content necessarily. That's not the only reason, I just couldn't be fucked. It might make good streaming content if I give them all funny voices. Like, hi, I'm from the Degassi. Boy, we like to say on a hot day, it sure is Degassi in here. Just read them all like that. Wee. I'm Paddy the PDA. I'm not making any voice. I'm banned from making any voices for any character that has the name Paddy. I'm actually not allowed to do that, even though there's a Paddy in my family. Not allowed to. Too much English colonialism. Where are we? Where's our Seamoth? It's weird that I can see the ship from here, but I was there and I couldn't see this. That's a little weird, but whatever. I'm Philomena the PDA. What does Philomena have a voice like? Philomena. That's just my voice. That's just the voice I should be doing. Hello. Philomena. Eventually it will work out. Eventually it will all work out. Yeah, think I've scanned this one. If the Animal Crossing people want to erase this one and give me a new one so I can scan new things. Yeah, Animal Crossing humor. Completely universal. The thing I've upset, right, so the new Animal Crossing, it's not that new now. It's like several years old. It is a better Animal Crossing. It is essentially the same game. But the thing that upset me is they were leaning very heavily on the like, oh, this will be Animal Crossing Minecraft. And I went, yes. Like, you could dig the ground around you, and I went, yes. And it's such a laborious process. It really sucks to do. And the multiplayer element of the game is basically non-existent. There's some little tricks you can do. You can play instruments together. I'm sure you could do some other stuff too. My old housemate Blue, I remember showing him there's this tune in the game and being like, oh, I really like this. And that's like his favorite song. We used to sing it together, and that was actually very sweet. But that wasn't really a multiplayer. Hmm?
Signal location uploaded to PDA. Integrating new PDA data.
They're like aftermath. I'm like, I presume there's some story here where they're like, oh, I don't want too many Cheez-Its, and then later on it's like, there's Cheez-Its everywhere, and then the final one is like, we ruined everything because of Cheez-Its. Wait, can I get in there? Oh, you've been trying to learn the same fuck off. Sorry. The same stuff that I'm trying to be learning.
Integrating new PDA data.
Way more successful than me. It's kind of like the fact that you have these big bases and you're growing all this food and you eat this stuff, but you're all missing. Doesn't really fill me with much confidence, right? It seems like I'm gonna die too. Right, and the Seamoth's in that direction. Take care, Spike and Aldo. Oh, you must shuffle for a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for being a Hobby Chan. It's Hobby Tan, sorry. It's I know your username. No, it's always a delight. You're definitely one of these people that I'm like looking to see what you're doing quite often because I know it's probably good. So a great honor to be rated. Absolutely. Have a fantastic day. Oh fuck. Where's my submarine? That's most of what this game is. It's not. Most of this game is making water and food, which I think I probably have the stuff to build a space to make that more effectively now. But died. To be fair, you lost some rocks though, baby. Yeah, that happens a lot. Oh, they died and they lost some rocks. Yeah.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
by mere chance, some of them did respawn back on Earth. I'm like, oh, I guess my respawn location was just set here, huh? It's like the most RuneScape thing I could think to say about this game. Cowardly streamer refuses to enable permanent hardcore mode on their first playthrough. I considered it, but the thing is, I don't think that this game is super replayable. Necessarily, because it's like you discover it and you go, oh, and it's nice, but you're not really gonna get the experience a second time. So making it permadeath would have meant I would have to do some things again. I think it was very funny. I think it was really funny when we did it for Kingdom Come Deliverance. I really loved that initial 8 hours. That will go down. That's recorded on YouTube, so that exists forever basically. I wish I was in the habit of recording VODs. Thank you so much for the follow. Nikostia Labada? Nikostia Labada? That's my best attempt at that. Hello, thank you for the follow, man. I'm so sad we don't have the Kerbal recordings. But at least we have the clip of the Kahuni's ship exploding right when I needed to leave orbit. Thanks to you, I'm playing the entirety of AC Odyssey Nightmare Mode. No! Assuming that it doesn't just become too stressful and you quit for a different game, because there's no shame in just not finding something fun anymore that you're streaming and just wanting to do something else. Because it isn't really about the game. It's about the social interaction that you receive and give. And its existence and status as a performance craft and all that.
Welcome aboard.
Oh yeah, that's when I stamped on the guy's head and didn't mean to. Right, that's enough Subnautica now. We do have to end because my friend will be here soon and I want to put on more makeup, which involves taking off this makeup. Maybe not have a shower. It might take too long. It takes me so long to have a shower. I don't need to shave my face though. Wait, we'll see. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Get rid of this Mountain Dew. Sorry, that button does too many things that it's not supposed to do. Didn't that just not save? No, I'm gonna assume that I'm gonna decide that did save and I'm not gonna check. I'm pretty sure I saved and then exited. I really hope that I did. It said 3 hours ago unsave. Nah, I'm just gonna decide that it's saved, and if it's not saved, Then we'll just cry about it. It's fine. No, no, no. I'm convinced I saved. I'm convinced I saved. I have to know. I have to know. I have to know now. I didn't. No, I did. Look, listen, I didn't do it. You're all assuming, right? Yeah. No, I saved. All right, you fuck off. It's fine. Sorry, I'm always telling you to fuck off. I don't actually mean it. I like that you keep coming back here because it means I'm doing something right. Let's find something. Let's find someone to stream. To raid. Did I leave the hob on now? No, because I never do that. Yeah, let's find someone to raid on this Saturday that I thought was a Friday. Oh shit, I'm getting texted, which probably means friend is near. Oh, okay. That works out great. That works out great. That's perfect. That's fine. My hell, I need some work over here, doesn't it? Anyway, raiding someone. It's a thing that we do. We find someone and we say, "Ah, this person looks like they can take care of us." There's loads of people on. Gamer Fiend's on. Chi-Chi's on. We've not raided Game Fiend for a while, actually, so let's do that. He gets a slight friend priority. Oh fuck, I got loads of messages as well. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you for the stream. If you want to give me money, the most direct way to do that is Ko-fi, but we do also have a campaign as well that's going on. That's not it. Charity. There we go. It's a thing that we're currently raising for. I also need money in real life. I prefer it goes to them first because they need it more than I do. But it's I was supposed to have £200 that I don't have, so that's the kind of budget we're working with. Zero halfway through the month, as always. If you want to chat with the people or even with me, come to Discord. It's a great place. It's a chatty place. Sometimes there's voice chats that go on in there. Sometimes they stream a bit of chivalry in there. Not the way that I would normally stream it on here, because I don't do the same things. Look on YouTube if you want to see the journey of Subnautica and other VODs as well. This one will be going up there. I was worried I would have to delete this one, make a new one because of not saving. I think it was a pretty good stream all in all. I think I'm coming back into being a better mood again, because the streams before that I was a fucking wreck. I can't remember anything else to say. We're running out of time, so goodbye. Thank you so much. I think that's everything. YouTube, Discord, yeah. Bye bye. Love you all.